All right. I do believe the stream is live now. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for watching the VOD. Hopefully, I will have uploaded this one in a timely manner. So that means if today is Tuesday, maybe you're watching this on a Wednesday. That'd be good. See if I can make that happen tomorrow. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope you had a good weekend. Oh, yeah, we had a stress test over the weekend. That was good. I guess we can talk about that a little bit later as well. Let's see. Twitch saying I'm still offline? Nope. Okay, good. Hey, Ghastly, Syrinth, Quicksana, Chili Sauce, my dear friend Justin Beard. Hello. Oh, I'm gonna try to work on my pasture. Work on my pasture tonight. Work on my posture. See if that can happen. It's the truth, Justin Beard. Justin Beard's OG at this point. Jasmine's taking the puppy for a nice long walk while the weather's good. Hey, Wicca, Thad Bick, Gunnar Wolf, Syrinth. I just grabbed the latest. Might as well hop in for a minute. Earlier today, I was working on the Orcs and Keeper's Bites. Making some adjustments to the Mugra Goblins in Sungreet Strand. And, yeah. Oddly enough, that took a bit of time. Let's see. Oh man, we're gonna have a mix of sounds here for a second. Hold on. Sorry about that. Johnny Mango said, "You've ruined your own orcs loving robot. You'll not ruin mine." We'll see about that. Lippy Mango. Wicca asked, "How's the weather in Germany today?" It's storming in Alabama. It's nice today. It's like a warm day where we live, and by warm I mean 28 degrees Celsius, which comes out to be about like, I don't know, 80 degrees. It's bizarre to me. I always thought that I would need to live somewhere warm. So back in the day when the prospect of like jobs in Seattle and stuff like that came up, people were, oh, maybe you want to come check out our studio in Seattle. I was like, I can't do it. But having lived in northern Germany now and Sweden, it's crazy that I'll go outside in a t-shirt on a day where it's like 15 degrees or whatever, which I think comes out to like less than 60. And I'm just like, why is everybody wearing jackets? I don't know. I think I'm just highly adaptive. I never realized it because the Germans will be all bundled up and I'll be out in a t-shirt. And then when it's like hot, I'm still good. So I don't know. Jasmine and I went to Austin in the summer a while back. And she was like, "Oh yeah, the hotel's only like a kilometer from where we need to be. That's no big deal." And I was like, "Okay, we'll see." And she did not realize how hot she was going to be. Seasons are brutal, but after you're used to it, you can just enjoy the beauty changes bring. Yeah, I like changes in seasons. I am a big seasons fan now. As I've gotten older and nostalgic for a world that no longer exists, I'm a huge lover of seasons. And every once in a while, I'll get nostalgic and think about what it was like to be a kid when Thanksgiving rolled around. And it was like that period, right? That period of Halloween, you know, like, was it craft paper, construction paper, turkeys and pilgrims going into November, Thanksgiving's awesome, sometimes with the family. Boom, working your way towards Christmas vacation and Christmas. Magic. Christmas movies. Just the holidays, the food. So amazing. Spring. I'd say fall's probably the most nostalgic for me. Fall. Working towards summer vacation. Hey, Steel Rose. Hey, Esan, what's going on, buddy? Nomer. Who else? Anybody else sneak in? Matthias. I got a report earlier that the necromancer's here. The necromancer's here when you get feared. Yeah. So I got a report earlier that it's it's a decent camp. Some decent camps up here, but if you don't interrupt the fears, you could find yourself launching right off the edge of a cliff. Which I was like, is that too crazy? Fall's one of my favorite seasons because all the vacationers leave Maine. I could see that. Hey, Lasava. Lasava, I think about you a couple times a day at least now, lately. What's up, Bill? No, in a good way. There's some quest stuff, and there's not just some quest stuff. There's some stuff that want to get in, just some story stuff, like some snippets of books and some references and things like that. You know, there's some really good stuff in Fallen Pass that want to get in. Bunch of stuff that I think would be fun to save, and I think I mentioned this to the team, like save. Like we build it up and then we put it in right before we go live so that during play tests and, alpha and beta and all that stuff, people aren't learning all the juicy lore and all that stuff before they can get in. Fall's the best only because of Redneck New Year. Redneck New Year? In fall? New quest lines before launch would be amazing. You mean stuff that you guys hadn't seen once you get in? Deer season. Oh, cool. Yeah. No. Yeah, that's kind of the hope, is that we actually save up some of the lore and goodies and probably some quests, and probably there'll be itemization still coming online, and there'll be things definitely that you hadn't seen that are made of. Why did I do that? It was nice and moody. Things you hadn't seen once you get in. This is kind of silly, but I thought it was just a fun, I don't know, man. This is like definitely designer art that I did for this ladder. Seems kind of sketchy. Hey, Encrypt. New NPCs in Night Harbor that you've never seen before will be happening, because you guys got to realize, like, some of these areas, there are areas in these zones that don't have stuff in them yet, right? And there are areas in Night Harbor that aren't completely being used, etc. We'll probably not fill some of that stuff until later, as we're getting closer to 1.0, right? There are entire races that are going to be coming online that will want to stuff in different places. There are server will be shutting down in 30 seconds. Perfect. There'll be new mobs and things that will be coming online later in the process. So and then there's stuff that you may not see just because you hadn't seen it yet. This is another one of those. Okay, that was close. This is very sketchy ladder. There are a number of things that just are weird spawn rates or weird triggered spawns or whatever. That you may not see immediately, right? Just because you just RNG or whatever. Hey, just drop. There we go. The server's down. I mean, our game is kind of made of Easter eggs. Wicca asks, I can't wait to see, or says, I can't wait to see Lizard Folk. Any news on them, concepts, and the like? There are some concepts out there. I thought we had posted some concepts. Zukin's got some stuff out there. Hey, Protest the Bread. Anybody else sneak in? Aaron, I don't know that I said hello. I hope I said hello. Sony claims there are some NPCs in EQ that have not spawned once in 20 years because they're so rare. Huh. I mean, I guess in theory that's possible. I'm a little doubtful, but it's possible. And we just we took the mechanisms that exist that make that possible for EQ, and then we went a little crazier with them. At what point do you start getting excited about this whole thing? You talking to chat or me? Okay, Jersey, thank you for the follow. Will we have EU servers at launch? Only if we've got enough population. Original Mr. Butter, thank you for the follow. There's a playtest going live at the end of the month. Are you on our Discord? Are you guys in our Discord? We've got it all posted in there. It'll be a 3-day playtest. Ghastly said, I played a goblin in earnest for the first time in stress test this weekend. Their charm is incredible. Props to the art and animation, guys. Definitely let them know. Let them know in Discord, but I'll pass it along as well. Johnny said, super hyped for this. Thanks for keeping the old school MMO dreams alive. You're very welcome. I mean, we're not without our controversies, but hopefully you guys like what we're attempting. Saren said Final Fantasy XI has something similar. Mighty Apkalu was supposed to spawn on boat ride to the main city. It was 6 years before it finally spawned. Since then, only a handful of spawns since. It was implemented in 2004. Speaking of which, I was so proud of myself. I figured out a way to hack our existing systems to allow you to fish, and upon fishing up a rare fish of a certain type, it would spawn a monster inspired by Final Fantasy XI. It would spawn a monster, and it would all work. And I typed it in the little group chat with Nick and Ollie. I'm like, oh, I figured out how to hack it. And Nick was like, oh, cool, or said nice. And then Ollie was like, well, that's a very convoluted way to do it. And I was like, yeah, of course it is. And then And then he was like, well, you could just add this field that does this. And I was like, yes, but then you'd have to do it. And I don't want to bother you with little shit like this when I can just hack it. And then like, I was like, you know, because there's other stuff you could be doing. And of course, like 20 minutes later, 15 minutes later, he's like, I've added it. So now it's just super easy to do that. Update your Discord invite to this one. Okay. Let me copy the link. Let me go to our bot. Commands. Excuse me. Thanks, Bill. Discord. Edit. It's actually, speaking of temperature, it's actually a little warm in the office today. But I don't want to have the fan on, so... So now it's a little warm. Have you ever gotten Robert to compose on stream? He hasn't composed on stream, but we did an interview with him. I don't know if you check our YouTube, the VOD of the interview is up there somewhere. Ingelherz, guten Tag, wie geht's? It was a stress test, so super short intentionally. I guess somebody mentioned the test being pretty short. Predictions on population numbers. Bookstorm, no freaking clue. We'll have to figure out a way to try to get a better read on that before EA. Well, I don't know. Questionnaire or some shit. Like a... I don't know, pre-registration button that doesn't do anything. That survey. Will you be showing up for early access? Yes, no. It may end up snowballing, but then like snowballing up and down. I don't know. You know, we'll see. We'll see. I think, you know, it's always interesting to see some of the people that there are people that love the game that have never tried it, and there are people that hate the game that have never tried it. And then, you know, and then there's the inverse of those things, I guess. But there's people that'll hear about something in the game, they're like, oh my god, I can't believe they're doing that. And it's just like, I don't know. You know, which is, I do think we had someone show up in Discord after this stress test that was new to the game over the weekend and let us know everything that we're doing wrong. It's like, I guess you're new here, huh? I like want to like the idea of the game. I like the game, except I don't like the corpse runs, okay? And I don't like the corpse runs or the part where stuff is killing you and the city is good, but you just need to start over and build it from scratch in the way that I'm about to describe. And also, when you do die, then really that's not fun. You need to have just the fun part of dying. And also, but I don't want it to be like all these new games because I feel they've destroyed the genre. But also, I want to solo and not die. And I don't want to have to go to a merchant. I just want to, like, from my inventory, I want to just make the number bigger. I want all the numbers to just be bigger as I plow ahead, and they should never go down, and it should never slow. And if you don't do those things, it's lazy design. You suck as a designer. As someone mentioned on Reddit recently on a different topic, that's just the fucking stupidest thing he's ever heard. At some point, they'll call for our firing. At some point, they'll let us, everybody will let us know. If our numbers ever go down, everybody will let us know that if we had just listened to their specific ideas, then the number would have only gone up. I think someone said, like, I think the person that came in after the playtest was like, even if these guys got like 100,000 people playing it, that's only like 1% of the market or something. I was like, all your numbers are fucked up. If 100,000 people played, that's like 0.00, I don't know, it's several zeros before the 1%. Right? There's a huge total addressable market. But also, the person was like, and if they only got like, you know, if they get 100,000 people playing, then that's basically like, that's not even a real MMO. And I was just like, how did you end up here? How did you end up in the game? We didn't advertise it. You didn't click a button on Facebook or some shit. Right? Like how did you end up here? And then you not only made it into the game, which is like, it's only available on our website. Like, how did you even find our website? Where did you come from? And then you installed it and you made it into a stress test. It's like barely announced. And then you made it into our Discord to let us know that you have never read anything about the game. You have no concept. That's like me just walking through a door one day. I'm just like, I'm walking downtown. I go into a door because I have a rough idea that it's a restaurant and it's a steakhouse. And I just start letting them know, listen, selling steaks is not cost effective. Nobody's even eating steaks in this town anymore. Like, why would you want a steakhouse? You guys, you are the worst chefs. This is the worst idea. Do you even, what is this? Like, what are you people doing? Have you not put any, and I'm just like, this is a salad town. Yes, Spoonbard. The world has moved on. We haven't, if you've noticed, the industry stopped making steakhouses forever ago. They only make salad houses now. And while I am very upset on the internet about the fact that all the steakhouses have disappeared because of the popularity of salad in 2004 till now, but I don't want that kind of steak, actually. Go to a cigar bar and start. Can we get Niche World Steakhouse? Only if we get more than like 100 subs. Robot on a Tangent. I just realized, I think it's this. Was this the drink that you said I should try, Effect? I don't think it's good for me. I've only had like the first 20% of the effect in... Just Let Me Play said, listening to players is what destroyed the best MMOs, but you know what else? Not listening to players also destroys the MMOs. We've got a regular catch-22 here. We've got a catch-22 going on. every once in a while I'll go through and this is a heads up, like this is not an official, this may not be an official Niche Worlds Cult stream tonight. This may just be a Loving Robot stream tonight. Yeah. Yeah. So at some point I may say something where I get messages in Slack where they're like, you probably shouldn't have said that. At which point I will take the hit for the team. When Asmongold is doing his like breakdown on why the game failed because I told somebody in Discord to like shove it up their ass or whatever it is, then I will take the hit. But I just think it's interesting sometimes the stuff that gets said. I'm looking for a throwback Sean back when he was putting in 100-hour weeks for EQ and passions were running high. I used to be such a ranty aggro person. Well, I think it's easier. I think it's easier too, right? Was there really that much negativity during the stress? Oh, no. Don't get me wrong. Here, no, I mentioned one person came in out of the blue out of Discord that was silly. I would say this stress test, from what I saw in OC, at least I was on Rel, was super chill. Like people, I saw next to. This stress, I don't know that I saw any negativity. It was weird. I mean, maybe some other people saw something. I don't know. I wasn't pulling any petitions. I didn't see any trolls. Yeah, keyframe. I didn't see like OOC was super chill. I think there are a lot of, it's going to come in waves. What's going to happen is for this stress test, it was probably people that just kind of know about the game. I was just being silly. I was busting balls on the one person that came in was like being silly. Silly Billy. Yeah, the game, the stability was really, it was pretty impressive. I think what we'll see is whenever we get waves of like new people that really aren't prepared for what it is, then, you know, we'll have some like trolls in OOC and we'll have some people be like, oh, what is this boomer shit? Or, oh, N64 graphics. You know, and just like, it'd be like, okay, cool. So, but they'll come in, I think they'll burn. We saw that in the previous play test. We saw that the last like 3-day play test that we did. On day 1, we had, you know, like a fair number, I'd say, you know, at least a dozen people that I saw come in OOC and they're just like, oh, this is lame and blah. But it was also lagging and stuff and some other things going on. But they were like, you know, talking shit. And then the community, I think, handles it pretty well. But then they churned. You could tell they churned. John Romero, Lord. What, is it because of my trademark hair, Ollie? My trademark John Romero hair. I once got a recruiting email from John Romero's whatever company it was at the time, and they were like, "Hey, Sean, you know, whatever," and like, if you're interested in the company kind of thing. And but at the end of it, at the end of the email was a picture of John Romero. And it actually said John Romero with his trademark hair. It was the strangest thing. I had to show it around the office. I was like, I don't know that I could do this, guys. I don't know how much you're paying, but I don't. So yeah. But by day 2 and 3 of that last playtest, all of the people that didn't like us had churned, and everybody was super chill again. And like Rel, I was on all the servers. Hey Eric, what's going on? What's up, Otto? Sathaski. Did I say hi to Keyframe and Just Drop? Hi guys. Shiden, what's going on? Tsunami-san. Papamo. Nomer, Zinfar. Lich. I honestly, I don't mind people being salty online. The only thing that I say is if people get to be salty to us online, then I honestly do not believe in 2025. I think the age of double standards is gone. In 2025, we should be, as developers, if someone's being extra silly, we should be allowed to be silly back, and that shouldn't like be the end of the world. Right? If someone says something and it's like out of line, like, because then the allegation will be like, oh, you just, and I also think like in our various forums, if someone's just being annoyingly salty and it's not productive, if it's just like, oh, you guys suck, like you get 1 or 2 of those for free. And then I think, honestly, we haven't banned, I think we've banned a handful of people in stream in 5 years. And I think we've banned that aren't bots, maybe a handful of people in Discord. I just think in some of like later on as it starts rolling, like in Reddit or whatever, I think it's just like, I think we should just, if they're being unproductive and negative, just ban them, and then they can go to whatever other forum and they could be like, it's an echo chamber. And no, it's not an echo chamber, but the echo, like I don't want to hear you yell, you're stupid, like over and over again. Like that's not actually improving anything. I mean, I don't know that it's not true, but it's not improving anything. So, if people are commenting and giving feedback, and like we have discussions all the time with people. I mean, earlier today I had somebody in DMs like show me specifically an area that kind of the population wasn't feeling right. It's like, okay, and we work through it, but it's like not wanting to hear that you should be fired or that you're like an asshole repeatedly in the forum that you own is not creating an echo chamber. I thought this is America. Isn't this America? Yeah. But it's the part of America where I can shoot you on my lawn. But at the end of the day, all that matters is how many people actually do like the game. Now, the thing is, if so few people like the game or decisions that, we've made on certain stuff, then that'll become apparent. And, and then, yeah, the unhappy people will outweigh the happy people. And then we realize we have messed up. I was born in Florida. Grando, I am officially Florida man. I haven't lived there a ton, but Sathaski said, Robot, my wife was having fun with you during the test. How did you find out? Her name was her name was Evra. Remember her sitting next to you. She says hi again. Hi, Evra. I was like, oh man. How did you know? People need to stop greeting each other's with, I'm camping here, like, calm your tatas. Ingo Hertz, I don't know, I kind of like it. At least they're being very clear. They're establishing boundaries very clearly. I'm camping here. Okay. It's a social game. What are your thoughts when Agnar server went live? You couldn't have designed Plane of Time to be farmed that much. We designed Plane of Time thinking that it was going to be kind of the end of everything. So I honestly don't have enough information or thoughts about like the only information I have on any TLPs, to be honest, is probably like my experiences on Eridune up through Velius, but every once in a while we'll discuss like whatever's going on with them. You can't say anything back. It's unprofessional. Oh my god, look at them being unprofessional. It's the dumbest scapegoat shit ever that people try to talk. I mean, it's just, you know, I think I just think there are a lot of cry bullies out there. So glad to have my hair. 43rd birthday is next month. Hey, lucky you. I don't really have mine. All right, so let's zone. Hey, Zukin. Pensacola was kind of an armpit, but I do think the state's nice overall. I mean, it's just Florida is just, it's just Florida. It is both an armpit, but also lovely. That reminded me, I mentioned it before. I have a Waffle House tattooed in my armpit. Customer's always right, but that doesn't mean you have to listen to it. That's a fair point. Like, you know, in all seriousness, the customer is ultimately always right because the customer decides whether or not they're going to give you money. But they can be right in the privacy of their own home without letting me know sometimes. I feel that most complaints stem from overall loss of patience and desire for immediate gratification in gaming. I don't think it's a gaming thing. I think it's just, I think another big part of it is we know each other through the internet, right? Like if it wasn't for the internet, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't know each other. I wouldn't know you guys. And I wouldn't know Ollie. I wouldn't, right? Like I thought for sure she had already finished that. Oh, she's getting him an ice cream, I bet. Oh, she's gotten him ice cream. We have doggy ice cream. It's fantastic. He loves it. He gets so excited. So, and it's awesome. Like the beauty and benefits of the internet can't be overstated because that's why we are all here today. On the flip side, the internet, because it is a non-tangible, you know, like interaction modality or whatever medium, I don't know, use English to make those words make sense together or something. The thing is, back to the steakhouse analogy, right? Like imagine an MMO as a bar. Like a bar, maybe it's got a restaurant, maybe it's a pub, right? And so in a lot of places, especially a corporate restaurant, you may go into like, I don't know, you may go into the Cheesecake Factory or get some delicious Italian from, you know, the, I haven't been in the US so long, I forgot, the Olive Garden. And if you go in there and you act up, then, I mean, the people that work there, they will have to take it to some degree or to most degrees. But say you go to like, say this is Roadhouse or, you know, you stop in at Bill's Biker Bar and Bistro in the middle of like BFE somewhere. And you go, you know what? You are a shitty bartender. Like you should really be fired. You don't do that as often to somebody's face, right? Like, it's not as normal. So I don't think it's a sense of like, I need immediate gratification or any of that stuff. I think it's we've gotten used to being able to talk shit without consequences. Cause I also think a lot of people, I don't want to speculate. I know we've got a bit older audience, but Like, still the average age is like 35, and 35 is still a millennial. And 35 is still a fair bit different than 50. I'm 50. You know, my dad, Sergeant Lord, that was his name. Like, he ensured that I understood the notion that disrespect has consequences. And I think maybe that those consequences weren't enforced as much over the sort of like generations. Later, Ollie. So, yeah, anyways. Talk shit, get hit. Yeah, so I think, and then the other part of it is just a lot of it's not real serious, right? So it can't be taken seriously. So, you know, if someone's like, it says mean stuff on the internet, it's just like, I don't know. It's like, okay, whatever. I'm just inherently kind of trollish myself. So when someone's trolling in one of our environments, I just feel like, oh, man, I just really want to troll back so bad. Yeah, exactly. Who cares? They may be having a bad day. They may be great people. They may be saying it tongue in cheek. And if I respond too quickly, then it's like, oh man, no. I didn't get a chance to understand the joke. What is the most petty complaint about Eminem you have seen? Petty complaint? Most of the complaints about Eminem that I've seen, I understand. We just don't agree with them. You know what I mean? Any complaint you've seen that you actually understand? Yeah, I understand tons of the like feedback. No, and there's also definitely stuff that has been like, oh, that's super valid, and we've changed it. Like I said, my day today has basically been part of it was just changing stuff based on some feedback that we got. Sathaski says, my only complaint is the UI feeling clunky. Everything else is great. What do you mean by clunky? If you don't mind typing it up. Yes, he said, played Eminem on a HDR OLED monitor for the first time this weekend. It's insane how different nighttime looks between setups. Yeah, and that's something we're invariably we're going to catch some shit for this, but since we are going to try it, I think it's okay for me to mention that we're trying it. And it's something we've been talking about for a while now. We just haven't had a chance to get it in with Encrypt getting so much UI stuff done. I think the biggest question we have is on the implementation of it. But we want to provide in the settings a slider so that you can adjust, like, you know, basically like any video game that's dependent on darkness. So you can set it to be where you're whatchamacallit, where it works for your hardware. Now, the criticism that we'll get for that is like, oh no, they've caved and they're giving everybody a slider to make, like, blow out their lighting so darkness isn't dark. And it's like, well, I mean, you can already do that in different ways. We're just trying to make it so that if you want it to look right, and, you know, we give you the little, like, if this is barely visible marker or whatever it's going to be, you can set it to that. And if you want to, like, cheat and make it a bit brighter, I don't, like, do we really care that much? Like, the people that say, you know, they like it dark, then you can, all right, then just set it to its proper setting and enjoy the darkness. Andreas Sigacker said, yeah, you can already crank the setting on your monitor. Yeah. My favorite complaint criticism player says I won't play M&M if it's not on Steam. It's fair, I guess. I mean, if it's just more convenient for people or whatever. I think it's fair. And that may have a noticeable impact. Right? Like we see that Pantheon had really more people than I expected initially pop in and try it out on Steam. And that may be partially a byproduct of being on Steam. So it could have a hit for us. Now, I still am of the belief that we may be better off if we've got fewer people initially than we could potentially have, just so it kind of gives us a chance to ease in and we're not immediately kind of going peak and then having that drop off pretty quickly. So Kid Bad said, my only issue is I wish Night Harbor had torches for nighttime gameplay. What do you mean? They should be available. And I asked somebody, and you can make them, players are selling them to each other. You can purchase them. I asked somebody for feedback a minute ago, and then it scrolled by. It was the UI feedback, and you said you were typing it up. Like wall torches? There's a need for more lighting. It's not. There it is. It's not completely lit yet, for sure. I think that's a very fair point. So Kathy Sathaski, said, from little things like clicking spells and interacting with scrolls feeling clunky to general information like tooltips not being mouse over and having to hold down a button to see feels less of a fluid experience. Adding a dedicated position where mouse over tooltips would show in your UI that's on our first time user experience list. We have a page of things that we want to get updated before we go into EA, and some ideas that we still have to debate. But we have a page of things like that that we want to get in. Now, in terms of hotbar interaction between your spell book and moving spells over, just feels rough. You mean the process of doing it, or it feels laggy, or? Is it possible to get hung up on those trees? It should be. I mean, the mouse over tooltips, I think it's going to be for some things and not others. I mean, there's still going to be certain manual actions like, bringing up descriptions and stuff like that. It's not going to be automatic. But then having information in the tooltip information appear in a set place on the screen that you can redefine, similar to like, I don't know, going all the way back to WoW, I guess, is something we've discussed. So speaking of the stress test, I wound up ranting about bullshit so much that I didn't really get into what actually went on with the stress test. And so we basically started a 3-phase. Ali mentioned that it would be done in 3 phases this time. Phase 1 was the just having everybody start on one server in one zone. And that was just meant to stress out, our current configuration as much as possible. Right, like it was a true stress test. It was everybody that was going to be participating in the stress test shows up in Night Harbor. And I keep reading your stuff. I got to not look at it for a second. I'll get this out so that I've got it out, and then I'll catch up. The stress test kicked off. Everybody went in. Long story short, we wound up with 460 players in Night Harbor, with 0 noticeable lag. And so we were able to move into phase 2. And the problem with the stress test was we actually ran out of people. Anvar TTV, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so Ollie was watching it, and I think on his stream he had actually posted a dashboard so you could see the server's processors and stuff like that. We typically at about 300, I think, about 300 players would be sitting at like, and I might be using the wrong term. Ollie's really the best person to explain this. Like basically we'd be running at like 90% capacity. And that's when stuff would start to like get hinky and break down and stuff like that. We had everybody in Night Harbor, 465 people, and we were running at 30%. So Ali said that he felt we could probably get 1,000 people in. And the reason for this, and I asked Ali to explain it to me so I could try to explain it when people ask, but and keep in mind, this is zone, this is not server. This is what a zone can handle. And a server is a collection of zones. So yeah, the question that came up, did you guys upgrade your servers? No, we actually, in a sense, downgraded our servers. So the thing that we've been doing with our stress tests in the past is Ali has been like trying different configurations, like different hardware in different setups, to see what works best for us. And I didn't really understand what he was meaning by that, but now with this, he was able to explain it. He said that we'd been running a lot of like cores in the past, but in this case, we went for a higher processor speed, I think he said, with fewer cores, because of the way that Unity works. And we found that is like, I think he said, essentially our setup that we had before cost like 3 times as much, and it had more cores and all this other shit, and it was less performant for what we're doing. The server that we ran the stress test on Saturday cost like 1/3 of what we've typically been paying, and it performs way better. So Florane is now getting to phase 2. Phase 2 was, we were going to basically, once we got done pushing everybody into Night Harbor, we then ran everything, all the servers with all of the zones up. So 3 servers with all the zones running on one box that he said was like half as powerful as his home setup, and to see what would happen. Like basically, how low can we go hardware wise while putting everything on there? And that's when shit eventually crashed. So phase 2 is when stuff like started breaking, but he was able to see like when exactly does it break. Like I think he said we had like 64 zones running on this little box. And so that was phase 2. Phase 2 was meant to be like, how much can we smash in and kind of see what will work. And then we were able to definitely break some stuff. That's when you guys started getting crashing and stuff. So phase 1, total success, very good, beat our expectations. Well, maybe not Ollie's and the guys. By the way, blueberry onions, thank you. I do believe that robots get a bad rap before that gets away from us. And checks, I do think having a better indication of what mob you're targeting will be helpful. We'll work on that. So we will see. And then phase 3 was basically we bring things up in a normal manner, and then just let you guys play for the rest of the night. And hopefully everything felt all right later on. And I know the test was extended a little bit, and you guys were able to play a little bit longer. So I hope you had a good time. And I'm really, I'm hopeful that the playtest at the end of the month goes pretty smoothly. Hey, Pixie Moon. So yeah, stress test went incredibly well. Stress test really went well. I should have led with that. I should have started out by saying, hey, the stress test went really well. It wound up being like really smooth when we had 465 people in the zone, and we didn't see any trolls in chat, and people were being cool, and things ran smooth. And I screwed up the stream. We should just restart the stream. I'm 54 minutes into the stream, and I buried the lead. I started out with like, there's some guy in Discord that said something silly, and meh. So that was not the lesson learned. I should start on a positive note and not a silly note. Chip is probably out there judging me harshly for the way I handled this stream. I see you, Chip. Nah. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Yeah, so I should have started on a positive note. The optimizations and stuff the guys have done, and the hardware configuration for this stress test, killer. I'm super hopeful for the coming playtest. I hope it's super smooth for you guys. Scruffy Bard said, brought some new players in last test. They really thought it was a nice change of pace from faster games like WoW. I mean, it's a different vibe, right? Like, it is just a different. Some of my fondest memories in life, in actual life, are evenings spent watching something on a TV, or these days watching something on a separate monitor, just chatting with some folks in the group. Like, some of my favorite memories were just those early like sessions playing P99 with Nick. Like Nick and Ollie would pop in sometimes, and like we would just duo and run around, and it's so relaxing, right? Hours just melt by in a game with that slower pace. And so and some of my old EQ memories are just, I think I've said before, I lived in San Diego for 6 years. And I don't remember the beach in San Diego. I absolutely remember sitting on the beach in Oasis. Sitting on the pillar, hanging out, watching the sunset and chatting, sitting on the beach and killing crocs. Like, and the thing is, I can't imagine anything on the beach in San Diego that would be anywhere near as compelling or, I don't know, wholesome or just beloved as that time in EQ. Hey, Isan, thank you, buddy. I gotta admit, though, I don't want to start any shit, but like, as somebody that was in the old guard in DC, what I saw of that parade, I was pretty disappointed. And we'll leave it at that, and then we'll move on and never discuss real life in here again. Scarwood is another reason why I love this game and this team. Never felt so connected to a project before. On that note, We should look at the zone now. Now that we've caught up on play tests or stress test stuff. Stress test went well. You don't get sunburn or sand in your ass? Yeah, not a big fan of sand in my ass. I didn't enjoy it. I kind of dug it when I was a kid, and I'd go down to Panama City Beach for spring break. It was okay then. Didn't enjoy it in the army. When I mentioned this game to Co Carnage, he sounded excited to try out this game, but I guess it's a little too early to involve him. Wolverine Tooth, when was that? He has been hot and cold on us. I hope he's back to hot again. That would be cool. So anyway, are you guys familiar with the zone that we're in? We're in Scarwood. This is the zone that you guys have been working on. I guess I'll hold this. Zone looks solid. Time surprise drop the game now. No way. All right, so what I did, those of you that weren't here before, we designed... We designed a zone. You get party hats with tall gears on them for when Asmund sees us. If we're able to plead our case to him, then we'll be able to be like, sir, we have been saying for 5 years exactly what you're going to say. And we're okay with it, buddy. So what we did was we created this zone together. Yeah. We started from scratch. I'll do the spiel. We had an empty box, lots of constraints, reuse of assets from Keeper's Bite, factoring potential use of assets from Fields of the Lost once that gets started. We went through, we developed the NPC list. We used that to then help us, along with the themes that we talked about and some random ideas to develop points of interest. We distributed them around the zone as we would in any sort of, whiteboard process with a design team, or, a cabal if you're going for the old Valve approach of a cabal. So a cross-disciplinary team, or, basically a scrum or whatever. There's different ways of describing it over the years. And we started here. Then Bill, Nicodemus in chat. Then we winnowed it down. We tightened it up. We got rid of some of the fluff and the things that we felt didn't make sense. Bill then did a hand drawing of the map. He does these for us, and then that gives us inspiration and more details and stuff to play off of. I did an elevation thing. Pink is up. Brown is basically flat. Bill inked it in. Bill colored it. We ran around the zone and got some timings to try to figure out like how long does it take to get here using, best case. So like using Sal. Excuse me. Then Bjorn grabbed it and started doing some 3D stuff with it. Sort of like, okay, what's it look like 3D? And then he brought that into World Creator to create like the displacement map. We got in it using the timings that we had discussed previously. I made an executive decision based on your feedback to make it a 20% bigger north-south, and then 35% bigger sort of east-west. The part of that was to help preserve the original rectangular feel going east-west, right? Because there's like some classic kind of EQ, Karanas, old school zones kind of vibe to that shape. So that's what you see here. It's like this is about 30%, right? Like if you take this, blah, 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 it'll But basically, this is a third, so added another third onto here. So when we're doing that, though, did make a note to keep the ravine the same size. All right, and then that got us here. Also, we modified the lake a bit. It was shaped like a foot and an E. Now it is a foot wearing the it's wearing a slipper, bunny slipper, somebody said, or the Iron Sheik's slipper. Or yeah, it could be a fetus if you're Lich and just want to be gross, I guess. And Avery, you're both in the gross club now. So Waluigi shoes, yes. And that is how we ended up here. Except this is upside down apparently. And so let's fly over. Let's Unity fly over here. Shannon B says, Eminem makes me wish I was a content creator. Genuinely think there's an audience out there for this game that likes stuff like Valheim, Project Zomboid, or hell, even Dark Souls games, but don't know this project because they don't frequent MMO Reddits. I hope that is the case. That would be great for us, especially if it's something where over time more and more of those people discover it, right? So that as people churn, new people are coming in because they heard. I'll check Reddit every once in a while. Reddit is a place of sadness, but it's still, you know, there are good people there. And I will hop in there every once in a while and see like, in MMORPG or looking for MMO or whatever the various subreddits there are. I'm noticing there's a fairly regular number of people that are like, hey, I'm in my 20s, but my father played WoW, or I'm in my 20s and my cousin was really into old MMOs, or hey, I've never played any classic MMOs, but I've seen people talking about them and I want to try to check it out. And so I'm seeing that pretty regularly, and I think that's consistent with what we've seen, which is people coming into like P99 and other stuff over the years, or the love for like classic WoW. Classic WoW's got a pretty big audience. And so it's just, I think those people exist out there, and it would be great if we create a game that is something that ultimately they are interested in, even if it's just for a little while, like, a month or 3 months or something. But it would be really cool to have some of those, it become their like forever game, and not just because we want their money, right? So anyway, what I did over the weekend really quickly was I started adding in some props so that we could continue to get a feel for scale. I also went in and started doing terraforming, because this was all very flat, and I started shaping stuff so that when you're in game, and we'll see it when we run around, that's you also want their souls. I read that in the voice of Glenn Danzig, and instead of souls, it's skulls. I went in and I also made the lake deeper. We put a little placeholder, some little couple placeholder ruins to remind us that there's supposed to be ruins around here, but we had actually built that out a bit bigger. But it's just a bigger time investment. I didn't want to spend all my time on that. And then on this side, the lake gets really deep. So when we're actually in the water, that'll be a bit more noticeable and sketchy. Glenn Danzig is your spirit animal. Your spirit animal is very small, but we still love Glenn. But yeah, so started doing some shaping, so that again breaks up line of sight a little bit. You are too? Awesome. Nothing wrong with small kings or queens or whatever you are. Other than just small. We know that about you now, that you're small. All right, so here we are now, and then I plopped in some trees and a few rocks and stuff. And so what we did now is we've got 3 paths really that are kind of the major paths. One of them's kind of undeclared though. There's a path to the south, right? So I've currently got Speed of Wild on, so I'm moving at a decent clip, just so you can kind of get a feel for scale. Oh, I also made the mountains taller. The mountains in the distance, I made them taller. Because the trees, the big trees that we have, actually once you get up there, the trees were like almost as tall as the mountains. So, and we may have to tweak that some more. But like this is a pretty good distance now. Have you considered M&M VR? It's come up in the past. It's not a priority for us. I'd be curious about what the best sort of like movement model is these days. Also, let me become a human. Everything looks huge when you're a gnome. Now you can see, if you see our giant over there is T-posing, that's just because of optimization that we have in at the moment. And we'll be working on that. So because animations are expensive and we've got these long ass draw distances, we turned it down to kind of turn off like animations at a distance. And then we'll just have to come back in and do that less aggressively for giant models that you can see very far away, right? See, it's starting to come in. There it goes, right as we get closer. So that's you know, one of those good tweakable things. And we love our draw distances, but always saw the T-poses don't come over here. It's like bowing up at you. If you want to make a good VR game, you really have to start from the idea that's VR from the start. I agree. You know, my favorite VR games though are not even. I still love the platformers, right? Where you're able to kind of look around the character, like the one with that little raccoon or whatever he was pretty cool. And I like VR toys. VR toys are cool. So yeah, just to help with a little bit of scale. This water is not the water that we're using in the ocean. We're using crest water in like the ocean, so this one works a bit differently. And we don't have the water volume in here yet, so it's not really going to convey well. But once we're using got the water set up, we can swim around. And I think it'll be plenty sketchy because here, I'll cheat. Because when you look down in here, you know, you guys wanted very deep water, that the like sunken resort is in some very deep water. The hitching, that may be because I just did the super speed and we're playing around with like some light probes on the water, as you can see the reflection. Bjorn's been playing around with that a little bit and it's, I think it's got some issues. So yeah, I'll run down here so you can see just how deep this winds up being. Getting some Lathian plateau vibes in this part of the zone. For any Final Fantasy XIers who know the zone. Anytime you guys bring up Final Fantasy XI references, I'm always kind of amped. It's always nice to see other like classic games being referenced. Will you have underwater dungeons? We will. Yeah, so this hopefully satisfies, especially when it's like the sketchy, you know, you can't see very far normal water that we have. So, will deep elves have other eyes other color than red, maybe purple or something? Yeah, they'll have I think we're probably going to allow, similar to the wood elves, you can have the solid eyes and the eyes with irises and stuff. And there will be some color options. I think that's correct. If Zukin's still listening, then he can say it. So yeah, that should be deep enough for you guys to be sketched out, I hope. And then, let's see. They're asking you about deep elf eyes, Zukins. Let me zone again. See if that helps. And now let's go in the other direction. And once we're done running around here, I'll just get back to work. I'll use this time to continue placing props, you know, terraforming as needed, etc. But then we can just have a relaxing development stream. I really love the mist. So the mist that Bjorn set up in here, you know, it gets thicker as you're progressing up the hills and into the little mountains here. I really dig it. So we're gonna keep that. We played around with we had an idea in a previous session about making it like a warmer kind of color down below. We played with that and it didn't really work out right, so I think we turned that off. Oh, I added some bridges on the streams down as you're heading east. And I've got the bridge over the ravine here. Look at these kind of like winter almost feel like these are like some fall god rays hitting. And then the misty forest. A little Silent Hill action. The wintry zones are going to definitely feel good. Will be dope if you guys added some rocks, boulders, etc. I'm sure you guys will add more assets. Yeah, I just got started here. I started adding some boulders and stuff. It's just, we go in, like we wind up placing a lot of this stuff by, you know, we place our stuff by hand. It's not just like painted in or whatever, so. Does the fog silhouette monsters in the distance? Yes. Is it normal, is the normal procedure props before spawn placement? Am I doing the wrong kind of thing? It depends. So I would say in a common like best case scenario, yeah, like everything's propped and all the art's done, and then designs like implementing, you know, spawns and stuff, because then you know where everything is, you can navigate around it, all that. I mean, in EQ lands, we were always moving so fast, and then on other teams I've worked on, often you're moving so fast that you like front load a bunch of asset creation, and then you work on other stuff, and then you get the environment, at least in a rough form, and then you go ahead and start populating, and then, you know, there's back and forth and stuff moves and blah blah blah, and then you readjust. There's no perfect process. You know, any process you can do, any process that allows for less rework is a better one in theory, but rework is often a byproduct of iteration and feedback. So, right? Like, are you if you're never reworking something, and I'm not saying excessively reworking, but if you're never reworking something, are you actually iterating? Is it just it was perfect the first time? And so that's usually, and then if you build an expectation, and this is what I've seen on teams, if you build an expectation that you're not going to have to rework, Like, hey, we have a process. This went through an approval. Now we're having to change stuff. Like, I've seen more frustration built on the back of like the assumption that we have a process and it's not being followed than I have on teams where you just kind of get used to iteration, but you're also respectful of not wasting people's time, and the iteration is not bullshit iteration, and you're not like, you know, oh, we got to completely redo this. Why? Oh, I don't know, because I watched, Lord of the Rings this weekend and got inspired and decided, to just redo the entire zone. Stuff like that's not typically appreciated. It does happen on teams. You may think it sounds like an extreme example, but depending on how much influence the sort of executives or creative directors or the highest level management have on the team, if you've got somebody that's like, if it's a situation where it's a creative director or co-founder or whatever, it is very possible that that person could come in and be like, hey, throw all of that away and restart. Right. So there's a lot of like dead space here. I'm going to continue to terraform so that it's more obvious that there's kind of like a little bit of a valley that you're going through, right? A little bit of a ravine that you're going through, that even if it's just subtle enough to kind of keep you on track. And then, it can have bits and bobs and kind of humps and stuff in it to break up line of sight and make it a little more interesting, but it should still kind of have a steady flow. And so that'll be in the terraforming, like working on the base mesh in Blender. And then here you notice show name, I guess 0. Your question earlier about mobs being silhouetted. You can see them here, but then we're also seeing the problem of those like the LOD animations making them T-pose, right? So glad you guys like the fog and the lighting and stuff. That's cool. Now this fog, oh man, I don't know. Maybe we should have a dragon that shows up here every once in a while. But I want to have, as we get this ravine going, there will definitely be roaming giants. I think that'll help make it feel less monotonous. But yeah, so at this distance, you can kind of see like, and we can get some more trees up here. Though I kind of like it a little more sparse with the trees, so the trees may continue. We'll throw some in here, kind of on the periphery. Do you have a way to make certain spawns ignore the animation LODing? Ollie was mentioning that is likely a solution, that certain NPCs just won't follow the same rules. So I think it would be on the NPC, not the spawn, but essentially we're saying the same thing. I'm just correcting the terminology a little bit. Whoa, hey, what's up, Zach? Some ankle high ground fog on the very low areas might be cool around the Ghost Spectre. That is a good idea. Yeah, especially on that side of things. Obsidian 2A, thank you for the follow. So these giants have turned out just really well. I was talking to Zukin about that yesterday, I think. Just, they're pretty versatile, and they look cool. And this is the drawing had 2 dragons in this zone. Hopefully they're added in. Well, the drawing had 2 drakes in this zone. Big drakes. But that does not preclude us from having a dragon visit. Dragons are fun, right? Maybe a black dragon. Imagine we could actually go down into the gorge. You can go down into the gorge, and you can now get out of it. So, when we first did the mesh, like the terrain, it was actually kind of a pit, and you couldn't get out. So I went in and I terraformed it. I'm gonna say terraformed. I don't know if that's the proper term. I fondled it into shape. But yeah, so seeing the giants walking in a distance, in the fog, silhouetted, definitely it feels good. Dig it. And so if you guys are watching this and you're kind of new to it or whatever, if you notice, I say feels a lot at this stage. A lot of what we're doing is trying to create something that feels a certain way, that feels good. The moment-to-moment combat, the itemization, the abilities on the NPCs that we use, the content that's available in here, all of that stuff is the true meat and potatoes, but it's built on a foundation of feels, right? It's so. And it's funny, I like running around up here. It kind of feels like, and though it's starting to get to be nighttime or whatever, but it feels like you're in a different zone than where we started, just at ground level. So I think this is proven that elevation concept out really nicely. This may even help inform a little bit what we can do. We're working on a dungeon right now for the first module. We're working on a dungeon called Rothold. It used to be a place called Roothold Keep. Now it's just Rothold. And it's in the deep, or transitions into the deep. And so there's some elevation stuff that we've been talking about as part of that we can maybe crib off of here. We'll have to make sure that Bjorn and Cod are talking to each other on this. There will be a little settlement up here. They'll have like a little, some huts and stuff. They won't be super fancy sickle. Again, we're going to do some reuse. But day-night cycle creates for some nice mood with these settings as well. I mean, that's pretty dope. I'm going to run over here really quick. Sathaski says, I do have one question. When EA launch... Oh, now the sun's down. Launch comes, will it be a full experience, meaning content to do till max level, or more like how Pantheon is doing in stages? It's to max level. We've got... we've just hit some of our first level 60s in friends and family. And it's taken them... they've gone pretty hard. And so they've a few of them have finally been able to hit 60, but also keep in mind that was built on some of, like, we've done a lot of tuning changes. We've had situations where people might have been experiencing a little bit faster than they should have, and they are also not geared up. That is strictly, they got the levels, they don't have the loot. So yeah, and it's taken about 2 months of very steady playtime, and so that's allowed us to get a sense of, like, kind of rough progression. And then we'll definitely be looking at some fresh starts. Hopefully people aren't too burnt out, but some fresh starts to allow us to see how things are shaping up with regards to various tunings changes that we've had, right? Because we've been doing a lot of adjustments with formulas and combat formulas, and NPC damage, NPC, like, AC and taking damage, and I mean it's all over the place. All right, so let's hop down here and then we can run out. I think the object, I was about to say, I think something is causing the bridge to occlude. But we also, I don't think we've like baked anything. We haven't baked like occlusion or anything in here. Balance is such an ambiguous concept. Godspeed. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't need to be perfectly balanced. It just needs to be enjoyable, and progression just needs to feel good, right? But I think we will have the benefit when we go live of, that's not a bad site. Well, until I make it disappear, I guess. So, you know, that kind of thing up there is kind of neat. Though it makes it seem smaller in here than it is, right? So the I think we'll be in a pretty okay position, relatively speaking, when it comes to the amount of stuff that we have available when we go into early access. And then I do think that one of the other benefits that we'll have, you know, hopefully, is just we're already starting on zones that are meant for the first update of early access. So that'll be nice. So it'd be nice if we can kick off a regular content update cadence. Yeah, it's the Deep Zone Stozakar. Hello. Welcome. Some lightning thunder up here during a storm would be wild with that backdrop. Yeah, that would be great, right? We got our fun lightning. I wonder, is it set? Can I just do it? Weather, rain. I think our cloud layer was blocking this at one point. I don't know if rain inherently means lightning. I don't know if Chip is still out there. Like, I don't know that lightning's gonna come just because I started rain. I think it's Zukin said, can I borrow you for a sec? Yeah, for sure. Do I need to reload the zone? Okay, I'll reload the zone. Zukin Keeper's big. Do you have any ideas on when Troll's other areas are planned? Not looking for concrete, just curious. What's in the pipeline? What's nebulously down the road somewhere? It's funny, Zukin and I were just talking about that yesterday. We've done projections in the past that kind of show where that stuff lines up. We need to redo those and update them. And where Trolls wind up being is going to be kind of partially a Zukin question. So one thing that you got to realize is that Zukin loves Lizardmans, and as much as we love you guys, Zukin's happiness is a priority, because Zukin has patiently and graciously and tenaciously worked on this project for like 4 years now. And so if he wants his lizardmen before we do trolls, then he's going to get his lizardmen. Also, we know a lot of you like lizards, so we know that they'll be pretty popular. But we were actually surprised to see how many people also love the trolls. So that's good. So here's our little lake up here. Yeah, well, a little pond, I guess. Could, you know, potentially make it bigger, but there's just a little spring. So we could do something up here as well. Hey, Arthax. Arthax. Deep gnomes are... I don't think it's a spoiler if I say that deep gnomes are on the list to be worked on soon. Yep, Zukin said it's the next thing on his list. Well, little springs like that offer different fish and things like the lake, kind of Final Fantasy 11 style. Yeah, right now, if you're in Telekir, they're not fully set up yet. Fishing is something, I mean, in terms of what fish appear, but the volumes are already set up in Telekir. There are unique volumes in almost every little pond and body of water. Even if you're running along the coast of Night Harbor, we have 3 different types of water on the Night Harbor coast. We have fresh water in the river. We have salt water in the bay. And then we have the brackish water in the estuary. Is it an estuary? Where the salt water and the fresh water mix. And then we've got we've been talking about like figuring out a refillable water item, like a water, you know, like a water skin or something. Yeah, like a canteen. We've talked about it. I think we want to do it. And then we would, I guess, define it based on the water type. Which again, it's just a volume. Like these things are super cool, but they're not like pie in the sky concepts for us. It's essentially just it's a volume. We put the volume there. It's got data associated, and we just. Will Night Harbor be done by EA? I think Night Harbor won't be done until 1.0. Like done. Think about it like this. Our zones, there are a number of zones where if you run around, you'll find like a cave, and it'll be empty for the time being. You'll find a cool spot and it may seem empty for the time being. In a place like Night Harbor's got a lot of stuff going on in terms of it's a big hub. So we don't want to necessarily put in like capsules again. And so you'll probably find that as we get the rest of the player races online, you'll start to see them pop up in places like Night Harbor. There might be a delegation there. There might be an embassy there. There may be certain, there may be some folks hiding in the sewers. When you are looking at some of these zones, as we get more mobs available as well, then we'll also be backfilling some mobs into these zones, right? I was mentioning to Zukin when we were talking, it was just like, as I'm working in this zone, it hasn't been on our list, but the thing that kind of I just wanted more and more, because we've got bats, we got bees. I really was like, man, we don't have a griffin. Like, wouldn't it be great to have a griffin? I'm trying to think of other like flying creatures that we would want to put on our list. Marcy said, I love the zone so much. We'd call it Wife Harbor. Am I right, folks? Oh, yeah. Wyverns. We got wyverns that need to be in here. That's a fair point. I knew I was missing something obvious. Mephits. Frickin' Mephits, man. Harpies. We do, and we have a beautiful harpy concept. Sphinx is a good one. Though Sphinx you don't typically think of as like roaming around. Cupids, probably not. Pixies, Nixies, maybe. Flying mountain lion keyframe, yes. A winged mountain lion. We need, that's it. See, weren't we just talking about this a couple streams back? Manticore, I forget, do manticores fly? They've got wings and a scorpion tail. But do they fly? Pegasus? Alright, so... yeah, get to stapling exactly. Cockatrices? We'll save the cockatrices for later. Hawks. I think some sort of like big bird of prey would work with the right animations. Hippogriffs. Bog witch flying on her broom. Oh, that picture on our website of the bog witch is so sexy. Pterodactyl, not in this zone. Big bald eagle of America. Bald eagle looking like the dude off the Muppets. More underground enemies that pop up. Can't believe Dune stole that idea from y'all. It's true. Monsters and memories. Races. Oh, yeah, too late. You said the browser image resembles Scarwood. And I popped off of it before I could even appreciate it. This picture is so good. The bog witch. I love it. I love it. I love her underbite, her lip ring. Paint me like one of your elf girls. Yes. She is a I'm looking forward to the trolls as well, just because of like their lore. The trolls are just ruthless. They're fantastic. Trolls are self-serving and distrustful of everyone, including other trolls. They are cruel, calculating, and predatory, motivated only by power, self-interest, and survival. Above all, trolls value their independence. They bow only to power surpassing their own, and even then, that's what poison is for. Their trolls are supremely crafty hunters, trappers, and survivalists. This is not just out of necessity, but also out of an innate sense of purpose. As such, the more ambitious and crafty of their lot have made their way out of the swamps and into the employment of those seeking only the most vicious bounty hunters, assassins, and beguilers. All right, so we've run around, we've talked a bunch, we've looked at this, we've looked at our progress. Let's continue to plop some stuff in here. Quixana, have a good one. Have a good week. Maybe we'll see you in here before it's up. The idea of a troll enchanter sounds so fun, like someone's interacting with a halfling that's actually an illusion troll, and like, man, this guy's an asshole. Yeah. No, just follow me over here, I've got muffins. No, it's around this corner. No, for real, just come over, I've got muffins. I've got muffins. Follow me. let me mark this as unread so I can get back to it. Make sure I'm not being yelled at any point. Let's see. Now switch zones. Let's go to maps, and then we'll go to Scarwood. When are we gonna start seeing racial stat variations and perks? I think Nick and Ollie were just talking about that earlier this week. Right, so Scarwood. Oops. I didn't want to be in there. I want to be maps. Scroll down. And the one place we didn't go is this corner up here. So we've got a nice bit of woods. And then a little bit of a clearing so that we've got some room for a nice big poacher's camp. May end up turning off those volumes while I'm in here. Let me check out the zone. Environment. Check out. Okay. So one of the things that we'll play with over here will wind up being maybe some placeholders for the dead trees. Let me find those really fast. Burnt tree? Let me set this up to... So I'm going to set it to this folder to set default parents right here. I've got this over here, props. And then within trees, I'll probably make a new one just to be tidy. I'll come in and we'll grab a burnt tree. I don't even know what it's going to look like. Nope. That's not the one that I'm looking for. So let me dig around some more here. There's some trees that we're using in Fallen Pass, actually. Sometimes I'm not super pro at like finding stuff in the folders, in the prefab folder. So what I'll do is I'll just go over to the zone where I know I've got some assets that I want to use, and I'll just grab those, and in Unity I can just copy, come back into the scene, paste them into the scene. It's pretty, like, it works. I don't know if that's a good way or a bad way to do it, but that's how I wind up doing it, since I'm not a professional environment artist. Let's see. Got palm trees here. We got oak trees. But I thought this was part of like a weird set. Not a weird set, but like a set that had been made at one point. It may just be faster for me to pop over to Fallen Pass and just grab them. Because I forget like what folder they're in and I don't know their name. Oh, Prop Warehouse is actually, you're right. Chinny, I have not been in the habit of going to the Prop Warehouse. That's actually a great idea. Like, I'm so not in the habit of doing it. I don't even, is that in the CS zone? Like, I've been in there in the past, like in game, but like just going into the scene, I don't, yeah. Okay. Well, let me stop being a dummy and do that. It's like, it's weird. It's weird. How do you feel about putting an NPC in there? Could use the Walmart greeter. I think it's fine. You can put anything you want in there. You could put one example of every NPC type in there, and it would make sense. Will each starting area have quests for starting gear, like Scarab, Armor, and Night Harbor? Over time, you'll see a lot of that stuff, I think. Is there anything in there that we shouldn't see? Thadvik, that's a great question, actually. That is a very good question. Because I was just about to hop in there and then it'd be like, spoiler. Maybe that's why I don't go there. Are you sure, Chinny? Maybe I'll turn off the I'll turn off the screen really quick when I go in there, just in case. Black it out. We won't snitch, just a peek. Yeah, no one's gonna clip it. No clips added to Reddit. But yeah, again, for people that just came in the last little bit, we ran our... Let me see. I'm looking around to make sure there's nothing like super top secret in here. I don't think I see anything. Okay. I think I can turn it back on. So we ran our stress test on Saturday and it went exceptionally well. So we were very excited with the results. We, for the first phase of it, we had everybody piled into Night Harbor on one server, and we ran out of people. Was the only problem we ran into, was we ran out of people. So I'll grab these guys, copy them. I think that's all I need for now, because I've got rocks, I've got trees. I think I'm good for now. I just need these trees and these logs and branches, I think, is all I need for now. Though the wagon just got me thinking about something. So yeah, let's go back to where we were, which is Scarwood. Then let's put a couple of these guys in here and see if they have the right effect, or if we're gonna, and we may be making new trees anyways, but Boom, got them. And what we're going to do is we're going to give them a... So over here, we're going to give them a new empty parent. And it will be dead trees. Then we're going to put them in our props folder. And... Hey, Dargith. What's up, Golden Pineapple? Almost ran out of people to play with on Saturday. Guild didn't log in. What? We needed more people. We had 465 people in Night Harbor. A floating bottom panel hierarchy window is triggering me. I do not usually operate like this, Chip. But we have run into some situations in the past where if I'm streaming and I'm showing my whole screen and I've got the project up and the hierarchy and all of this other shit, then we can accidentally maybe show some stuff that's like super secret thing, right? I really don't. This is not my preferred way of working. I'm slowly getting used to it. I think I need 3 monitors. I've only got 2. And they're not like very big ones at that. And so I have not moved my spawn inspector and spawn editor panel just because I think it's relatively safe and it would break my brain. But like this sort of vertical monitor that I have over here has got so much shit on it. It's just it's not ideal. You guys, I have a very janky setup. They might find out where Abad spawns though. Yeah, well, the super rare Abads. The Abads spawn in Jalalabad. No? Just me? No takers on that one? Okay. Me and Marcy today with the jokes. I'll go on a rant like I did earlier today and then realize like 40 minutes of everybody's time was just spent listening to me say dumb shit, and then there'll be a small part of me it'll be like, was that the little rant that's gonna finally like trigger some people? The team's gonna be so sad. Years of effort down the drain because I can't control my mouth. And then I'll think about that later in the stream. I'll be like, oh man, I did it this time. Well, good thing it's on the internet. No one will notice. You're probably stuck with us. Sucks to be you. Hey, you know what? I'll hang out with you guys for a very long time. Oh no, Mortis. I don't think you've got to worry about that one. Nuclear. I can't, you know how hard it is to say? Like, I think I say it like George Bush probably. What do you call it? Nuclear? Nuclear? He said it's like, now I'm very self-conscious. I just say atomic. Nuclear? In Germany, we say Atomkraft. Nuclear. There you go. That's the way to say it. I lived in Texas for a while. Nuclear. Don't let ZBrush fool you. He's a Texas boy as well. Let's try some different sizes on these and see if they work. We'll do this one. We'll do big this one. And then we'll do... Can we get a, I'll tell you what, in your Texas accent for the VODs? I don't know if my, I'll tell you what, is Texas or in Alabama. And if I haven't been drinking, I can't really do my Alabama. Roll Tide. Yeah. I don't say Roll Tide because like some of the guys I grew up with who eventually, you know, like they stayed in California skateboard industry or whatever, they've turned like being from Alabama into such a, it's like it's their thing that I don't even claim it. I lived in Alabama as long as some of those guys. But they're like, they got like Alabama tattoos and always watching like the Iron Bowl and, you know, like going back home so they can hang out and maintain their street cred and stuff. I'm kind of like, yeah, it's like an identity. That's the whole thing. Like, for me, like, I don't want my identity to be where I'm from or my beard. Iron Bowl. Yeah, Zillith's, I forgot Zillith's. We got a couple guys on the team from Bama. But Chip, you're not like from Alabama, are you? You just live there? Chip's like, you doxed me. Now they're gonna know. Alabama. I remember when I moved to Alabama. Your whole life, other than college in Illinois, I did not realize about that. I did not realize that about you. That's pretty cool. I dig it. Bill, I thought you were Georgia. I feel like your accent is very neutral. No, my accent's always been very neutral. Unless I'm like just doing the chameleon thing. You got to realize I've lived... while I'm loading this up, I will run through my list of places I've lived, just because, though you probably really don't care. Well, let me turn the sky back on. Where is the sky? My favorite is Yuntu. Y'alls's. As soon as I can find the sky. Crest Ocean. You lived on both sides of the road? That's true. I mean, that's a I've been through that area so often. Where the frick is there just an unhide all command in Unity? I forget. Or do I just, in the hierarchy, select everything? I think that did it. Okay. So, and now let me actually get this loading. And while it's loading, I will go through my history. Phoenix City. Yeah, that does make you an Alabaman. I was born in Florida. Panama City, Panama, Louisiana, Germany, Florida, Germany, Kentucky, Florida, Alabama, Washington, D.C., Alabama, California, Texas, Germany, Sweden, Germany. That has been my... Yeah, I was an army kid, and then I was in the army, and then I was in the games industry with a layover in Alabama in between. So I've lived in Germany 4 times. Oh, hey, these lanterns are working. That's nice. I know that's right. I like this zone already. This zone's already got a good mood. Well, it's been your favorite place to live. I liked Texas well enough. I mean, I had a nice house before I got divorced and then didn't have a nice house. I had some fun in Texas. I would say I like Texas a fair bit. I liked I've enjoyed living in Germany off and on, and Sweden's really pretty. Do you like German society? It's very orderly. I think Germans get more of a rap for being like super structured and orderly than they actually are. A lot of that is just, I think they've got a a reputation for like always being on time and orderly and stuff, and it's not true. They have historically been a bit more orderly, but their order is breaking down. Yeah, their trains aren't on time either. Now you gotta understand, if it helps you kind of understand what I might like about places I lived in the past. One of my, I look back, I really loved living in a tiny village in Germany. The first 2 times I lived there, and then when if we move back to the U.S. or hopefully when we move back to the U.S., my goal is to live in like a really small area out where there's a lot of nature. Like my wife and I are very much kind of like, we need just enough civilization to be able to buy groceries, buy ammunition, and like if we find a church we like, go to church regularly, and that's be able to pick up stuff from deliveries like Amazon or whatever. So I mean, we're pretty simple. What's your favorite caliber? I don't know that I have a favorite caliber. I guess given my limited experience with varieties of firearms, I'd say 5.56. It's probably what I've shot the most. Other than I'm old enough to say that I was an actual 60 gunner. Like that was before the M240 and all that stuff. I had like an old school Vietnam era 60, which was nice. I've enjoyed when I've played bad guy for the army. I've enjoyed using AKs a fair amount. They're kind of a fun, squirrely little gun. But yes, the hog. I wanted desperately to be the guy that carried that, because my dad. I had a photo of my dad, like shoulder firing a 60 with a Starlight scope on it when he was on the DMZ in Korea. And so I wanted the 60. And so when I got to my unit, I became the assistant gunner. So I had to schlep around all the ammunition forever. And then I became the 60 gunner the rest of my time there. But I enjoy basically just shooting any rifle. Just something about shooting different rifles is fun to me. Hopefully that doesn't turn too many of you off. I know we got a mixed crowd in here. But my wife, my wife's German, but she's got her firearm license here. It's a new thing. Have I ever tried a 50 cal? I have not. It just it doesn't seem healthy. I mean, I would, and I'd probably enjoy it or whatever, but it's like, couldn't imagine shooting that thing all day. But yeah, no, my wife, since she met me, she's definitely, you know, changed sort of her outlook on some different things, and she's actually training to be like a competitive shooter here, so that's kind of cool. I'm a wheel gun guy, old at heart. Recently when I went to her range, we just had a variety of guns. It was her first time shooting, you know, a couple years ago, and so we ran her through everything and had a little. She fired a couple 9mm, and then she had a 357, and handled all of them like pro. Her favorite thing to shoot, but she shoots a VP9, or in Germany they're called SFP9s. So she's got cool shooting eyeglasses and stuff. Though she wants some cooler ones now that she knows the value of it. But she loves shotguns. She's like a huge fan of like shooting shotguns. It was funny. The first time she shot it, the instructor had his hand kind of behind her because she's not very big, and she fired the first time and like a champ, and because he was looking at me like, is she gonna fly backwards? Yeah, they do have clay ranges and stuff like that. I don't know about around here. Around here, she goes to an indoor range and does IPSC. So she's learning like movement and shooting and fast reloads and stuff like that. So, Ollie, yeah, you mentioned you're a big shotgun guy. Right now, she's mainly been shooting pistol, but she eventually wants to do 3-gun. Yeah. Oh man, I really like it in here. Like, just, you know, this big sort of like misty dark zone is what are we looking at? Oh, I was gonna run over here. I probably need to run faster. I wanted to go look at these like dead trees really quick and see what effect they have, just to see whether or not the prop reuse is gonna work. We'll have to bake occlusion and stuff like that. Clouds look different here because there's a cloud layer that's here. I'll make it visible. There's a cloud layer here because as you progress up the mountain, it gets mistier. And then originally Bjorn had, I think I maybe broke something running like this because all the mist is gone now. Oh geez, did I make it? I didn't make it. Because originally Bjorn had it so that, yeah, okay, you know what I'm talking about. Like you poke through the clouds there, but we want to save that for maybe the high elves. Yeah, sorry, Ali. Gun caught a wife hog. Yeah, I mean she's an excellent shot at this point. And so we play airsoft as well, and she like it carries over really well. She snapshot this kid that popped up coming over a hill, and he like came up over the hill and like went to pull up on her, and she just like whipped to the side and went pop. It's just like, damn, babe. So yeah. All right, enough gun talk. I don't want to chase half of you off. You don't see what I'm seeing because it's all local. I haven't checked it in yet. These guys are new. Ollie, look at you, looking fancy. I really enjoyed the army laser tag when I was in. Guns in Eminem, no guns in Eminem. But you know, if Eminem does well enough one of these years, we may make a gun game. But first, we got to make a game, and then we got to have you guys keep playing the game for a while. Oh, what's going on with my illusion? I just hit reload, Ollie. I'm gonna reload the zone really quick. Hey, Landon. Give it a minute. Always wanted to make a... When I was at SOE, my first year there, they had like a open pitch process. And I think in storage, I still have a printout of my pitch that I gave to Brad and those guys. But I was basically pitching... I pitched EverQuest Shadowrun set in the future of EverQuest. So it's kind of like, you know, Freeport 2040, that type of thing. Oh, yeah, I'd have to reread that pitch. I wonder how bad it is, to be honest. I'm sure it probably wasn't great. You know, it was my first year in the industry. Kinos is the new Night City. Do you know that song? I think it's Night City by The Sword. Ollie, I was able to have it rain in here earlier. Is it that the fog that's already in here is overriding? No, that doesn't make sense, does it? Okay, I was just wondering. Yeah, because I really like The Sword and the song, I think it's Night City. Might have inspired Night Harbor's name. Yeah, so we can do, I think these are big enough. I think they look okay at this size, so we can do more of these. Isn't Cyberpunk City Night City? Oh, that may be it then. Yeah. I wonder if they stole it from... No, but... Oh, so original Cyberpunk, which is older than The Sword. So that inspired The Sword, which then... Then there's the game that came out after The Sword song. And then I was just like, yeah, Night Harbor. Okay. Kid Bad said, I like during this stress test how it rained for days and holy crap props on the lightning effects with the thunder. Kid Bad Zillith here in chat he's the one that made that look so awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna hop out of here really quick, Ollie. And then I'm going to go back into maps. I'm gonna go back into Scarwood. Yeah, Bill, it's funny. It's as soon as Pixie said that, I was like, yep. I had totally forgotten. Ollie, we were just talking about that. It's funny, I was just talking to Zukin about griffins. Like yesterday. The main thing I'm wondering with this area, Zach had been mentioning a little bit of like ground fog here, but it's going to be such a big area and the trees don't really mask line of sight very much here that I think we, even though it's supposed to be kind of marshy and um marshy and kind of open, we were looking at like dead marshes and stuff like that as inspiration. If we come here, that's so open that I think, I don't know, maybe more like sort of like pitted to help break up line of sight and stuff. So it's like this, but it's on multiple elevations. There'll be like one kind of channel that goes through that, you know, like I was saying with the other places. Build in a bit of a channel here, kind of like how we've started. You guys are just blowing up the NPC list. Yeah, none of that's going to happen. Not anytime soon in here. But we're moving eastward towards more zones that are fields and plains and you know, things of that nature. Dried riverbed, it might have been a long time ago. It'll be one of those things where you can make some assumptions about what it is, but I do think what we'll do is we'll come in here and maybe let's grab the terrain and see what we can do. So come here. We've got this Scarwood terrain. I'll open this here. Oops, don't want to go there. We want to go. We'll find it really quick. Copy path. We'll come in here. No. Dingo form is going to be a must. Not the materials. Mesh. That's not it. Why do I always forget how to find this? Find past, find. Not that. No. There we go. Man, that took... Okay, next time I'll for sure remember. Did you ever play much Classic WoW? Were you super focused on EQ at the time? Or were you super focused on EQ at the time? Also, did you ever play EQ2? What did you think about change in direction? EQ2, I did play. I liked it as a player. I enjoyed WoW more, but I did like EQ2. You know, they did some different things in there. It was so different. I didn't like the direction as like a, I didn't want to work on it. I got pulled off of EverQuest with 2 other members of the leadership to work on it, and I didn't want to work on it. Mainly because of like the different direction. And nope, I didn't work on EQ2. I got put on the team for, I stayed on for about 2 weeks. While I was talking to the Planet Side team about whether or not I could come over and work with them. And then I went over to the Planet Side team. And then, but I enjoyed playing EQ2, you know. It had some cool elements to it. But I enjoyed playing WoW a lot more. And I played, I mainly played like I had a Tauren Hunter. And I played pretty consistently up until Wrath of the Lich King. Like I didn't play past that, and I got carried along with basically I got carried to check out some raids and stuff in a SOE guild that was there. So I got a chance to see, you know, some of the WoW raids and things like that, and you know, run instances or run dungeons and things. But I really enjoyed running around, flopping around as a big floppy cow hunter. And I enjoyed the game. It's just easy to get into and be immersed, and I really appreciated it. I felt like it was sad that I couldn't camp and like find weird shit like I could in EQ. I missed that. I thought Battlegrounds were kind of fun. But I wasn't like a super serious hardcore player. I just like doing super casual stuff. Import FBX desktop. Enjoyed Season of Discovery a lot. It was basically vanilla with new classes, abilities, more raids, quality of life. Yeah, I mean, the guys were talking about it and it seemed good. I really want to get into Turtle WoW. I can't seem to find the time. But that'd be the WoW that I'd want to play, I guess. Yeah, but the new, is it like Turtle WoW? I thought it was more focused on like the dungeons or something. Is it? I saw an ad for it on YouTube. Maybe that'll be the one. I always feel bad. Like, if I'm not working, then I kind of feel like I should. If I'm not working, then I should be playing M&M. And if I'm not doing those things, then I should probably just be doing some of the real life stuff I need to get done as well. Epoch. Epoch. But how is the execution different? Like, what is the kind of the different? What's the different vibe? All right, so here, this is meant to kind of serve as that channel. You think the star created an Ingon just then, right here? This guy? I'll be honest, like I get the benefit of like I can put in stuff that's kind of a little bit rubbishy, and then if it looks screwed up or breaks, then Bjorn will fix it. Bjorn's my battle buddy when it comes to this stuff. I'm just kind of like saving him a little time by doing this stuff with you guys directly. And you know what I mean? And then he comes in and I'll be like, "Hey, I checked it in. You want to see what's going on?" And then he fixes some stuff cuz I'll do some super janky shit. Does that make sense? Do you know what I mean? Dude, are you guys old enough to remember the Hey Vern guy? Yeah, wasn't sure if it mattered. Just thought I'd say, hey, I appreciate it. Ernest, yeah. No, you know what, Miklos? Like, you guys are the... I had never touched... Blender before we started this project. To me, like, you know, as someone that's not like a actual aspirational, like, master of the craft type artist person, I see it as like just a kind of an opportunity. It's almost like a gray box or you know, kind of whiteboarding or whatever, to then pass off to the folks that know what they're doing a little bit better. The road is hella because it's not meant to really be a road. I'd like to see if we can do a subtle indentation that continues to, so that it's not like it's not a ravine, and it's not supposed to be very specific because the road would actually exist within this, but it's meant to just kind of pull this down a little bit. Just a little bit. We'll see it maybe too much. And what we can do here is just hit save. We'll call it. And I think there may be one already. No, okay, then we'll export. That's not it. Right, so we can get in here and then, you know, like you guys can see, I think I spent like an afternoon on this, you know, getting all the changes that we saw earlier in place. Here, I'll just do this real quick so that we can see the difference. And see if it's actually working. Yep, so that's us. When we first did this, Ollie had it set up so that every time I was like, no, I think it was basically a similar workflow when we first started that first year. I had no intention to like do any sort of art, but we didn't have any artists the first year. So it was like, I guess we should figure this out and start clopping some shit together. Mega Funk said, I've worked with designers who are resistant to doing anything in editor. That wasn't super easy, so I appreciate you're willing to actually mess around. Fairness, there are good reasons for designers to be scared of breaking things. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. We're very... we'll see if this is a good thing or a bad thing. We're... just as a team, I don't think we're very scared of, like, breaking stuff, period. I don't know how to say it, because I don't want it to be like, you know, accidentally foretelling like our doom or something. I'm very worried about hubris, right? Like, if you want to see God laugh, tell him your plans, or whatever the old saying is. But it's just one of those things, like, we've always been kind of just, you know, just do shit, and well, if it breaks, Ollie will fix it. Like he just said, ongoing assumption is that if the designers break stuff, Ollie will fix it. Why? Don't make a sad face. You love it. You love it. True, I get so excited by new things. Yeah. So in this situation, Ali is God. Sometimes it feels like it. Confused about how a designer designs if they're not in the program to design. Because they're using other tools to do other stuff that's design related, right? So what you're saying is, if I want Ollie to implement certain things for me, I just have to break something. But you have to break it in a spectacular way that makes him curious. At the beginning of the stream, I was saying that I was so proud. I was like, "Hey, Ollie, Nick, look, I hacked a way of doing something," and then Ollie was like, "That's very convoluted." I'm like, "Of course, that's what I meant by I hacked a way of doing it," and then he just was like, "Here, I programmed it to actually. You can just do this the right way now." And on one hand, that's really cool because now we have the functionality. On the other hand, I was a little sad that my hack was unnecessary. Do you know that we did that with the torches that you can place in the world? Like, there's we don't use it very much, but There are certain like torch holders where if you have a torch, you can put it on the torch holder and it'll consume it from your inventory and then it'll hang there and light up. I think when we first set that up, it was like 2 invisible men. Like it was so hacky. And then Ollie just put it in as like just a regular feature. Okay, so this dips down now. Little subtle line of sight change. We'll still have woods here, so I think that'll be fine. Is that what you call a torch holder or a sconce? No, a sconce is different. If you remember how EQ did zones, they often made them a bit windy and it gave the impression of a much bigger zone. GFA is a great example. A small zone that seemed big when used the road. Yeah, that's a fair point. Is this road too direct? I'd have to go back and look at the map. I might have just screwed that up. It was supposed to... Let me look at our map. This is what happens when I do it on stream. Yeah, of course you couldn't reach that. Let's go up here. You may have a point. I may have to go back and... Yeah, this feels like it dips a lot more, doesn't it? And then we got this road here. Well, now it's a bit more direct. As Sungreet Strand has winding road towards Glass Flats, nobody follows the road. It's more of a reference. More of a guideline, really. Yeah, I guess we could, I guess what we could do is, because this lumps up here, we could actually shift all of this down really fast. I think that's a fair point. Right, because we come here. We come across. Come down here. We cross these bridges. Unity, thank you. But the bridges are like pretty straight. I mean, in theory, I can move the bridges as well. What do you guys think? It's your zone. Should this bridge come down as well? Like come down here, which makes you kind of wind down a bit. Like I can't paint on the screen here easily. We do that in Slack, but like should it come down a bit further, like closer down here to the delta? Salacious says yeah. So we pull this bridge down and then we push that bridge up and then this road we cut back down again. Yeah? You know what I'm saying? Cool. So let's do that. That'll be super quick. We can do that. We'll bring this down here. And then it also kind of forces you to come down and look at the lake as well, right? So then you're coming down. And we'll lump that up a little bit. We'll build it up. And then you'll come down here and you'll be like, oh shit, there's a lake. I almost didn't even notice that there's a lake here. Oh, let me actually go back and check it out. Okay. And then we'll build up this area a bit on both sides so that it's, you know, maybe it got a little elevation, some hills to it as well. And then that gives us a little, maybe like a hill pocket here. Right? What we had before is kind of like depressed here. We'll run that through, we'll keep that, but then also build up here, so it just kind of pockets this out a little bit. We'll do that. Nasty lagoon monster lives under a bridge. Lake could be a normal camp spot for people to travel a road too, so it makes sense if the road followed close by a lake. Yeah, then maybe over here you'll see across here you'll see I think we said we're gonna have a sojourner camp here. So then if you're down here, even though the road is taking you back up this way to take to this bridge, if you're here and you look over here, you'll see some wagons and fires and stuff, especially at night. And then you'll be like, oh, let me just continue along the edge of this lake and not follow the road and the bridges. And then this will hill up here on this side. So then it kind of blocks you off a little bit from over there. It doesn't block you, right? You can go over it, but it kind of forces your attention more towards the camps that's over here. So we'll do that. I think that's a really good call. Good job, guys. And these don't have to be straight, right? We can turn them to match the shoreline a little bit better. Bring it up a little bit. And that gives us some breathing room under it as well. Perfect. You know what I didn't do? I didn't grab my dam because these guys are separate. That's okay. That's okay. Man, you know, it's not my area of specialization by any means, but I really enjoy like this weekend. Just get, you know, some YouTube going in the background or whatever, and just come in and work on some art. See a little progress. That's one of the coolest things about this project, to be honest with you, is like, do a little bit of that, do a little bit of like business stuff, and do a little bit of talking schedule yesterday. It was fun talking Zukin, thinking about some stuff that we need to get prepped for post EA, some planning. Then today was just design work. Oh yeah, my machine right now running Blender, Unity, streaming. My fans over here making all sorts of... It sounds like I got a drone flying around in here. I think I might get a new machine one of these days. You guys can stop making fun of my processor. Little nudge. Gladly fund a new PC. Oh no, that's all. It's okay. All you guys got to do, you'll fund a new PC when we go into early access and you guys subscribe and you stick around for a little while. That'd be cool. And when you bring your friends and your loved ones and your wives and or your, you know, or your husbands or whatever in, then help them not get too frustrated when they can't find things at first. That's how you pay us back. Dargis said, Eminem's my catalyst for finally upgrading my gaming laptop. Gonna be a Christmas present to myself and prep for Q1. That's awesome. You weren't issued a loved one? I'm sorry. Your wives, are you meant to have multiple? I was talking to Ali. Just seeing if Ollie's still listening. Danger zone. Hey. Pineapples. Do not dox Ollie. All right, so if we got... So we're coming here. We've come through here. And then we'll have to kind of make that feel right. Like, have this, I think, elevated will help. It makes sense that you're kind of pushed around this way a little bit. And then we just gotta, I think let's actually move it down here. And we may have to like play with the terrain a little bit to make this feel right. All right, so where is this right here? Because I think this is less a bridge problem and more just kind of a sculpt the terrain a little bit thing, because I did sculpt the terrain a little bit on the other ones. So let's hop in here really fast and kind of figure out where we are. Let's undo this that we did here, if we can. Yeah, we can. Cool. Since all that's going to be redone. So we're working over here somewhere. Maybe if you're like pro artist or something, you'll know. I don't have an easy way of kind of like, it's kind of like guesswork between Unity and oops, that's the database. That's the other job. But I think we're right around here, right? I think maybe here. The hacky way that I do it is I'll just grab something like this real quick, or it's even easier when you're, I can just grab a vert and I'll yank it up real quick and then I'll export just to confirm. Oops, export, and then I'll hop in here. Yep, okay, cool. There we are. Neat. All right. So then we'll want to kind of figure out like what's going on with this shape. Grab the water. I don't think it's doing anything. Yeah, that's kind of funky. That may be an issue. No, actually, because it comes through there. That's fine. Okay. So we got this. I think that's probably more a byproduct of... Is that vert? All right, so pushing that down is not going to help. Because we're like right here, and this is kind of a weird shape. Let me see if I'm getting any weird messages. And okay, nothing crazy. So we're here. Let me look at this again in Unity. I didn't export, so it's still there. Using triangle surfaces instead of squares will make the curves better. It's true. But since I'm not like everything's like I guess what, quads instead of everything being triangulated. I could put that on my list of things to ask Bjorn and be like, why is this way? Is there a reason why it's this way, or like does it matter? Just because I'm kind of, when I first started working on this stuff, it was all like triangulated. It was a lot easier. I thought it was a lot easier. I don't know. But then stuff has been this way lately. I think what I'm going to do, that explanation probably didn't make a lick of sense, but it's okay. Again, we're making this zone together as amateur zone makers. I'm not a artist, I'm a designer, but I'm going to fill in as an artist to make sure that our artists are freed up to work on other zones while we're working on this together. And it's good practice for me, right? A little practice never hurt anybody. But I think the trick with like these areas when I was messing with this bridge before was actually to take this area right before the bank Because what I really want is some elevation off the water to make that little wooden arch have some clearance underneath it. For whatever reason, it just feels right to me. And so what we'll do is we'll elevate this bank a little bit, and then we'll make it make a little more sense where possible. And we'll, you know what I mean, like by kind of smoothing that out some as well. Bring this up a little bit, drop this one down. Yeah. So kind of ramp it up on both sides and then see what that feels like with that bridge. No, that was not it. That was not the move. Should hit save, just in case it crashes. Export, FBX, export, Unity. Cool, and so now it's embedded in there, which is actually good. It kind of gives us that opportunity to bring this up a little bit. But now we don't want it to feel so like, or at least I don't want it to feel so kind of going up. Though I guess that's not too crazy. It's not too crazy of a concept. But still, I'd rather eat up a little bit more of the space now by elevating this so that the terrain kind of comes up to meet it a little bit more. So it's not, doesn't feel so prominent above the thing. And then we'll see what that looks like. And so I guess in doing that, what we need to do is look at these these couple of squares, right? Like these feel okay, so maybe it's just right here where that bend is. Maybe even these guys a little bit. Is it that big a deal? Should we be spending time on it? I don't know, man. But it gets easy to fixate on shit, doesn't it? Shrubs cover a lot, just saying. It's true. We'll just throw some shrubs on that. We need more shrubs. I need to get with Bill and the guys and be like, you know what we need more of? Shrubs. Why? No reason. Just shrubs hiding everything. Throwing some boulders. It's true. We do have boulders. This is the real reason to procedurally generate grass and shrubs? No, because then you can't guarantee that they're hiding everything that needs to hide. It's like that tree up in the hill in Crush Run. Hey, did you know that when we did when we had the Froglocks take over, was it Agik? Agik or Grob? I forget. Always like the Tristfall Glades shrubs that had eyes in them. There's so many just like super charming kind of comic-y elements in WoW that are just, what a great game. Hey Simon, I learned a few things from these streams: more shrubs, more trees, more boulders. Grob, okay. So in Grob, there were certain things that we could, like, we didn't have the original zone file anymore. So we couldn't update the objects and stuff in Grob when it got taken over. So we just put objects on top of things. Like, I think the dwarf that's like dead and hanging there, I'd have to look at the map again, but I could have sworn that we just like put a big object over it, and then the all of the like counters and stuff were too big for the Froglocks where the merchants were, So we put objects in for them to stand on. It was such a hacked together thing. It was like, how do you make an expansion in 4 months, beginning to ship, and without having the actual zone files and shit to work with? Yeah, Simon, I'm in here. You know, I'm in here pretending to know a little something about what I'm doing. Export FBX. Boom. Yeah, so brought that up a little bit. Bro went from fondling rocks to fondling verts. Well, I've come full circle. Been here fluffing the place up with some more bush. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely like it's good enough and move on kind of thing. There's just certain things where I look at it, I'm like, all right, we wanted to make sure that we had some clearance under here because otherwise it wouldn't really feel like a bridge. And then and then I wanted to make sure that the bridge wasn't like jutting too far above everything. So we had to elevate, we had to bring the road up a little bit on the way to it. It's still jutting up a little bit for my taste, I'll be honest with you. But I can fixate on that later. Move these guys out for now. And again, I do all of this with an understanding that eventually, like, some real artists will have to come and, you know, make it look better. Fix it. But hopefully it's faster for them to, like, throw a little polish on it than it would have been to, like, do everything from scratch, right? All right, so we've moved these bridges around. And so now we've changed it so that it's like a, hey, Swanee. So now we're pushing this path, right? So it comes here and then it comes down here. It's kind of a hard angle, but hey, whatever. And then it comes up here. Around here, we'll bring this up a bit. And then on this side, rather than go directly up through this way like we were doing before, then I need to come in and sculpt it. And I'll do that. I'll do that this week, or maybe this weekend. And we're going to push the path down this way. We're going to elevate this a little bit to break line of sight and sort of... Shit, sorry about that. I looked over and was like, where's the button? And I could have just pushed it on the stream deck, but like I can't even see Streamlabs under like 15 windows over here. So I had to blast your ears. Perfect bandit ambush spot. Yes. And then we've got up here. What I tried to do a little bit as we're working here, the panic, look for the mute button. I really was. I was trying my best to hit the button and be pro. Since oh, and there's a Bjorn put a dog leg on the other Keeper's Bite, so there's a dog leg now that kind of breaks your line of sight going through here. We just need to add it to this one. And so when you come through here, you know, this area right here will probably be a little bit different, probably be tighter. You come through here. Essentially what I was trying to do when I was throwing the trees in as like an example was have a bit of density in like a V here. And then another V here, right? So that when you kind of look, if you look around, you've got your road, your path, and we can play around with kind of like how far this comes in to kind of like create that path as we're messing around with the road again and like tweaking it a bit. But essentially I wanted to have it so that if you immediately look, you kind of have like a V and a gap. And again, just a few more trees I think could make it so that it is a bit more obvious that like, okay, there's a clearing here. We've got our main route that we're assuming here, and we're seeing a road painted in here. There may be like some hard, you know, like hard pack or something like that, or another kind of bit of a road coming this way. And then as you come up here, it's hilly and stuff. So I wanted to start to like, I threw a boulder You know, kind of subtle little bit of stuff here. And it starts to create like a bit of a natural flow here. And again, you're not restricted. You can always go explore, and there may be benefits to it. Like as this gets reshaped, you may find little clearings and shit like that if you're willing to kind of go up and over the hump, right? As you're coming over here, it'll take you into this heavily wooded area where the poachers are, or you can come here. Along here, when you're in here, again, I wanted to have it both be kind of inviting, like pull your eye this way, but also start to break up line of sight a bit. And, you know, give it a little bit more of a natural, like give it some texture elevation wise to break things up. I think it's one of those things that as we're going through, and then like this dips down and all that, come up over and then down into a pocket. And then as we go and we're populating, we may find areas where we want to add like another little pocket or whatever. And it's kind of the same thing that over here. I didn't do much on this side yet. But I could also picture there, you know, being some more trees, but then kind of opening up as you hit the lake, just to kind of make the lake more of a prominent feature. And then this is meant to be like down where the mine was. So both as a means of just kind of like breaking up the surface a bit, but also to start to think about what it'll feel like to have the mine. I just kind of push this down. So we'll see if that works. And then, oh, we had talked about the well, being able to ride the bucket, the giant's bucket, up and down to a place, rather than have the well be there by the lake, because there's already a lake there. And also, I don't know, just, I thought maybe if we do, the small little giant, like, not village, it's just going to be a couple, maybe, you know, huts or tents or something like that. I was thinking that we could probably plug a well in somewhere around in here, and then just punch a hole through, and then maybe have it kind of go down where there's been like a hole knocked out or whatever. And then, you know, naturally there's a little bit of a well thing where there's water, but there's like a sneaky way through, and then you can click it and go up. Would that lead to the underwater city? No, the underwater city, air quotes. The underwater ruins are going to be in where I kind of push this down deeper. So it's kind of got that Vexar feel of like ruins down deep. And, you know, there'll be ruins scattered about. Sorry. Ruins scattered about. I just tossed these in super quick, but like we'll look at some of what's being done by Brian and Evershade and see what we could steal of that. Hey, thanks, Streamed, for a little shout out. So yeah. A lot of object placement to go. A lot of this is going to be dependent on trees. But just so you can kind of get a feel for like what the logic was going to be with kind of filling these in. Oh, hey. Got the M&M community mail. Nice. Yeah, so yeah, we're excited about that. We've got some stuff coming up. I'm still using the old link. I meant to update it already, but if you're not on the AOA, click here. It'll take you to Evercraft, and then it'll take you to their new site. They've got some open alpha tests coming up as well. They just sent out a email on it, so definitely check out their site and sign up for their mailing list as well. So there should be some stuff for you guys to play this year. Some tests. Yeah, so then we'll reroute this from where it was, and we'll push through here and play with some of these hills and stuff, just to break this up so it's not so flat. Speaking of the the camp. I may throw a few things over here to start getting us thinking about the Sojourner camp and the best way to kind of present that. I think, again, maybe another kind of a berm style. Like, I wish it was easier to draw on the screen. Like a bit of a berm that is kind of like a backstop for their camp would be good. So elevate this a bit as well. And then that way you see them from the bridge when you come over here. And it may even, if it's kind of bermed up a bit, it may even help catch some of the light, which will further make it, their campfires and stuff a little bit more obvious when you're coming this way. So we'll play around with that, some placeholder objects and some trees and stuff. And then the other thing that I'll do is, like I said, once we figure out the road through here, since it's kind of changing a bit, I will come in and, in keeping with the original reference art of it being marshy, what I want to do is play around with it being kind of like, not like small ones, but kind of bigger pockets where it's kind of like sunken in marsh, so that there's a lot of just kind of come up over a berm, down into another kind of like marsh, back up, and then back down into one. I've actually walked through a marsh like that somewhere. I forget where it was. But maybe you guys can kind of picture what I'm talking about there. So it'll just be like some ridges that you come up over a ridge and you go back down into a bit of a marsh. And then you'll always have these guys sticking up over that ridge. I don't know. Let's see if I can find where this is and maybe try that really quick, just as like a quick example in here. I'm not sure if you had any thoughts on what's under Giant's Bridge. Maybe broken carts, some bones, discard travelers. Oh, definitely broken carts and stuff. That's Zach. That's great. Because we've got the broken carts and things. Edgerland looks like Minecraft Vintage Story thing. Yeah, it plays really well. If you haven't played it, it's got a great feel to it. It feels very polished. You know, they're good reference points. Yeah, it's playable when they run tests, but they do a lot of stuff with like their UI and things that we've been, you know, able to look at and kind of see what feels polished and not. And, you know, for them it's more polished, and for us it's kind of to look at like, is that applicable, I guess is a better way to say it. And then gameplay wise, if you know, if you like our style of gameplay and camping and killing and stuff, I think you'll enjoy it. So, and the art style has allowed them to really make a lot of very consistent looking, very like polished feeling content pretty quickly. So definitely check it out. That's a good point, Zach. You know what? Like, I will for sure remember it, but why not just add that to our list over here of ideas. Oh, I've got it in view mode. Broken carts and bones under the Giant's Bridge. You can't pay the toll, you go down the hole. Exactly. And I'm just waiting for various It's Always Sunny references to pop up. All right, so I'll do the hacky thing that I do again. Just kind of see where that stuff is. Little battleship. Oops. Oh, it's close. I was close. So that gets us started, though. Imagine if the giant could pick you up and throw you down the well. Yeah. That would be pretty polished looking. They can just knock you back, I guess. Not quite the same, but... Oops. No, no. None of that. When I'm switching between inputs, it's always kind of weird. All right, so what I'll do is... First of all. We'll do something about like this just for now to kind of. Would I have been better off picking? Yeah, we'll try it. We'll see what it feels like. Cool. Because what I'm picturing is like multiples of these. I guess I could go ahead. This may wind up being too big, but it doesn't cost us anything to try, right? So something along these lines. Exports. Boom. Boom. The knockback animation could be a kick. Yeah, I think they've got like a stomp. All right. That may be a little too tall, to be honest with you. Yeah, I think that's gonna wind up feeling. So let's go ahead and fix that real quick before we even look at it very much. Like this. Then we'll just have to, I guess, kind of grab these again and try not to select too much shit that's not it. Again, experienced 3D guys, maybe there's an easier way to do some of those things that I'm doing, but I don't know them. Pull that down here. Feels like it's a little too much now. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Put you guys down really quick. Cool. I think that's fine for now. Again, it's to test the concept, not to make it perfect. Okay. And so then as our dude, yeah, so then we'll be able to see some trees. Just, you know, for expediency's sake, let's grab this guy and then... We got them or no? Okay, it's just, it wasn't rendering it in the fog, I guess. Cool. Then we'll take these and... Guess I could turn the fog off, but... so we've got this one, we got... Oops. There's also an oops. That is not a bingo. Do this, and then we'll just replicate this really quick to help look at the other one. Here. Okay. And then we can take some of these little guys. Maybe even put them up on the hills. But not as many, maybe. Got some dudes hiding out here in the ground. That's not good. Got them here. These guys are being hard to get. A lot of these guys are just... Ugh. Again, this is just real quick to kind of test and see whether or not I do that so much. I need to get rid of whatever that shortcut is. Alright. You goofballs, I don't know what you're up to. I also don't know why selecting you guys is so hard right now. But cool, whatever. Cool. Do tree trunks act as line of sight barriers for spells and stuff? I think if they've got collision, they do. This actually may be too many. It seems like maybe we could do fewer, but... I feel you coming down from the energy drink. Dude, I'm not actually coming down. I'm just like super relaxed now. I mean, I'm not ranting about bullshit, so I guess I'm coming down somewhat, but like... It is 10:53 my time, so I do feel like I am sufficiently not comed down, but also have earned my whatever down I have comed. This may be too many. It is definitely old man bedtime. What are you talking about? So I think, you know, this doesn't look good to me. We'll figure out something that kind of works, but burn back down. And it was just like playing around with this concept of if this is marshier. So we'll hit this, and then what we'll do is real quick we will run into zone. New System of Downs next album, The Down I've Comed. If you are out there and you guys decide to do that, I don't even want anything from you. A shout out would be cool. Just shout out would be cool. Boom. Bill said, Swanee, by the way, nice job on the new tools. Yeah, the new tools are super handy. Any celebs playing an M&M yet? Will Henry Cavill play? It would be cool if he did, but I don't know if we're his kind of game. I think he's all warhammered right now. We'll absolutely hook him up. If Henry wants to get into Friends and Family. He was stoked for Classic WoW, who knows? You never know. He's a very legit guy. I mean, there are definitely people out there that were like EQ fans and WoW fans and stuff like that over the years, so you never know. Henry 69420 Gmail, Adam. Now these guys are kind of popping in and out as well because we've got a big occlusion and shit, but so like I said, I think the density may actually be too high. We would reduce the density, but the concept, right? I think it might make sense. I'll have to talk to the environment guys a little bit and kind of see what they think, and because the idea, you know, Chinny and Simon, if you're still out there or whatever, the idea was like, how do we? I really like the reference, and Simon, I believe, gave this reference during our brainstorm, right? Like, sort of having this like nice marshy kind of dead feel. And then Zach had just mentioned like some ground layer fog, like not very high, that's kind of here. So then the thought is like, all right, well, but this is so open. It really works well for the cinematic effect that they have here. But for us, like the line of sight, is that being so open going to be a problem? And so then it was, okay, what if we make some, why does it do that? Some mounds and pockmarks and stuff like that that kind of break it up. Let me try again. There we go. Ignore my blinking trees for now. Yeah, and I think these guys could benefit from being fewer, probably spread out more, and you know, I think size-wise are probably good. Probably, you know, we could maybe have some that are a little bit bigger as well. And then also fallen ones, some nice big fallen ones and stuff like that. But even like the... Zach said some runes, sunken rocks, gravestones possibly could help break up the space. Maybe a few trees laying on the ground with, or tilted trees looking as if they're about to topple over. Yeah, perfect details. And then it'll come down to some textures and stuff. And probably, you know, probably looking at some of the shaping, like, does it need to be quite this wide? I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Like these lumps and stuff. So we'll play with it. But that will give us... Yeah, because then we'll have the treants stomping around in here. Right? Because that'll be another thing that's kind of got the effect is... We'll have these trees and then we'll look at their height relative to big treants and treant ghosts and stuff like that. Let's do something else really quick. Let's go time set 5 p.m. Isn't the ghost battle sort of in that area as well? Yeah, I think it's right before here. Let's bring it up. Right, so it's this area is kind of what we're looking at now, and I may actually be a little too early for it. I might need to push it. And then here in these woods, we've got to make some woods similar to like what we did up there in this corner. Some nice denser woods, so that because 12, if we go down, 12 was drakes, green drakes, treants, giant critters. Ghosts and wisps were 10. Okay, so it's actually more up here. 16 was undead and ghost treants and wisps. And so like some ghost treants. That's going to be an interesting one. Ghost shader on a treant. I'll be curious to see what that looks like and how the team responds. And then wisps doing their little light thing. Is it possible to have corpses, skeletons, and the branches? If we made new assets, we could. Sorry, what did you say? Wisps? Treant. Treant? How do you say it, Tupac? Smarty. Treant. Int. You just say int? You don't say treant? Or you say treant. 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 I'll always say treant. My treanti and them. Trent. Eric's always said Trent. You completely broke my workflow. I'm glad. Because you broke my workflow. I don't know. Should we leave the day-night cycle kind of like... Should we leave the fog normal over here, or should this be a place where when you get in it, it kind of has like a weird-ass feel like this once you enter into this area? Like, how crazy do we want to get with the post-processing in here? Oh shit, it's 11 o'clock already. How do you feel about loading Azlil into Blender and exporting them as STL and letting me 3D print them? I think we've talked about in the past, like whether or not we would just make those available to folks. I have to check with the team again, see what people were thinking on that. So maybe make this area spooky or feeling. And then the actual treat areas itself, if we zone Scarwood. Then the area leading up into here. Y'all going up in there? We'll have more of this kind of feel on the way into it, right? Because it's going to be dense forest again. So, which during the day will be like this. And then Migs, you're about to make me lose my mind. But then at night, man, it's going to be good. All right. Can we get a couple of those shadow spiders you put in the sand caves come down from some trees at night? Maybe? Would it be possible to have the ghosts sort of move out of their normal area and bleed into other regions? What do you mean? Like just moving around? So like at night their movement expands out of their normal haunted forest? Yeah, that's feasible. And then yeah, and then we'll have the wisps going on. Ghosts, ghost treants, other stuff. It'd be cool if the ghost of the dead tree still inhabited the tree, but would attack you and like shout that it's sad about not being connected to the physical tree anymore or whatever. Like when someone is dead and they look at, oh, then we would have to have like a tree version of them. Like have them spawn in a tree and step out of it. Like their spirit. Yeah. So I think, yeah, especially at night in the woods, it's going to be, that'd be pretty good. Vathrek said Eminem, or said actually Monsters and Memories, played a couple of the live events. There are some things I do not like, but it's all subjective. I could be in the minority. Also, some of that will probably change before a release. Some of it will. Other stuff, there are definitely some things that are on our list that are just things that we've been pretty steadfast on since early in talking about, even before talking about making the game. You know, so it's kind of it's hit and miss, right? Like for some folks, there are definitely some things that rub some people the wrong way, but it's like some of it though, fortunately, is stuff where we're like, oh yeah, that's totally in progress. Would you ever consider an easier mode server for more casual players in EA or post-launch? We've kind of jokingly talked about some stuff like that in the past. Nick even has an excellent name for that version of Eminem. So, you know, but it would have to be, if we were to do something like that, it would have to be something that lags behind the regular game a fair bit. So it would be something like later on that it'd be a TLP. And different, you know, slightly different changes to the rules that's maybe a little bit more palatable for some folks. But then again, the question is, if we do that, then will those people even come back? And then will the people that have been loyal to the sort of original vision of the game, will they feel like it's kind of a cop-out or compromise that's unnecessary? I don't know. Vathrak, are you in our Discord? It's a good place to kind of like search around. We've covered so many of the topics. It's a pretty easy place to like search for a thing. If you're like Corpse Run or Dark or UI or Spellbook or Merchants or Night Harbor Big or any of those things, if you look for those, you'll see where it's been discussed in the past. Community is super cool. We've got about 13,000 people in Discord, and I think at least like 300 of them are probably not bots. And so people are pretty chill in there. It's a fun community. Like people are nice. Though I had a whole completely unnecessary goofy rant at the beginning of this stream even about the fact that like people do come in every once in a while and they're like immediately coming in and let us know why we're not going to have many subs and we'll never be as big as WoW, and you know, like why corpse runs are out of date and why things are lame and blah blah blah. And then people in the community that have like been around for years and have heard these arguments and stuff in the past, then they push back, and then people are like, oh, people are rude in its echo chamber, and it's typically not the case. Sizes, don't mind the size being big. It seems empty for the size. Yeah, a lot of the structures that you're seeing, if you run by, you'll look, they're nameplates. They're not super noticeable at the moment, and there's more going in. A lot of what you're seeing is player housing. Player housing is built into the world. So there's a lot of spots that will be player housing, player shops. The other thing is we're still putting a fair amount of content into it. It's a city where there's factional sort of like interfactional conflict, and some districts, as you progress, you may not be as welcome in as other districts once you've kind of factioned up and picked a side, so to speak. So there's some redundancy in like merchants and trainers and other stuff like that. So that's one thing to keep in mind. And then the other thing is it's a big city that's also meant to be fairly metropolitan, and so there'll be a number of areas where we'll put more NPCs and stuff in as those NPCs actually come online. So for us, the cities aren't starting cities. So every time we bring a new city online, it's not meant to be a starting city that you then leave and go just spend all your time away. Some of the flack that we catch for things like the approach to the merchant system and shit like that, it's all built into our design of like how the cities in specific areas that we have a fair amount of control over provide utility and retain their value with regards to that utility. And so it's the cities aren't starting cities, they're meant to be forever cities. And so there are actual dungeons in and around the city, that particular city, that probably won't be in the game for a while, like, you know, maybe by 1.0, right? Because the idea is that when new content comes out, it's not like, hey, it's a new continent with everything you need, so you never come back to the old cities. That was a problem that we noticed even in like classic EQ. Not classic necessarily, but trilogy, right? So, you know, when people come in, they're like, oh, the whole discussion about pop killed, Planes of Power killed the, you know, social part of the game because you didn't need teleports anymore and blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, no, actually we saw that well before then, and that's why things like the books went in. The general merchant should sell a wider variety of stuff, but which one? Our general merchant is kind of like a general store, so it's pretty limited. It's like food and some equipment. Is not meant to be like a dude that sells everything. The guys that we have in the newbie yards or around the newbie yards, the various shifty merchants, they'll buy everything and sell everything pretty much. The problem we have right now is because the prices are pretty low on that newbie stuff, there's not a big range for us to play with, so it doesn't feel like it's you know, it feels like a pretty shitty deal. Whereas if we had higher price, we'd have a better range and we could maybe give you a little bit more coin. Vendors have reputation locked to gear? That is on the list of systems. That's part of the like commerce system that we like to get in. So some of the things that are on the list for as you build up your commerce skill by using the correct merchants, etc., it will unlock, you know, it's on the list to do. We've got to actually get in and see, but it will allow for bartering, and will allow for so basically and haggling. So there's bartering and haggling. So there are a few more things that we want to do with the system overall, just at like the initial sort of direct interaction part of it. But I like that the shady vendors buy for very low, but maybe add a general merchant deep in the city that pays more. But the thing here, I made this, and then I got to go to bed afterwards. But let me see. I made this. Where is it? See if I can find it really quick. I'll just here. See if people are still... You know, when people talk about like the city and, you know, making it so that you could sell everything all at once, I would not mind them being like EQ greedy merchants. So oh no, he's timed out. Who, me? Did something happen? Oh, I got the stopwatch. Oh, yeah. So if these are each of the gates, so essentially what we're looking at is there's a shifty gnome here, and maybe we need to move it so he's just a little more obvious, like move him up or something. Because he is kind of out there a bit. There's a shifty over here, and that's where Clint is, and he needs maybe a little more set dressing so you can see him. The farthest that you have to go, number 6 is the bank, and number 2 is the inn. 70 to 80% of everything that you're going to loot in a newbie yard is going to be like a critter part. Eyeball, tooth, fang, even like rat fur and shit. The cooks at the inn, and people are like, yeah, but I don't know this right away. But we do expect you to like learn things in our game. And part of the mastery is just learning the game. It's not just doing your dailies. It's familiarize yourself with the world, and then the next time you play and you're like, oh, I know where something's at, and then the third time you play, you're like, I know where 3 things are at. And that's part of like what this game experience is. The game is not built to just be like, I kill a thing, my number goes up. I kill another thing, my number goes up. And then we start you on that path immediately. It's more like, you need to learn where you're at. And part of that is like asking OOC, and people are like, yeah, so what I did was I looked. So if you're at the newbie, if you're basically at the gate, like you spawn right here, you're killing around here, it is a 20-second run. And I basically went to the actual merchant, clicked on them, and then ran back to the gate to get the time. The farthest place from the west gate is actually the tannery where the leather guys are. So I feel you. But like even running all the way to the market, so number 4 is where you can sell rusty weapons, all armor, all weapons. It takes you 32 seconds if you take this route. It takes you 43 seconds if you take the long route. The quartermaster here is kind of a tricky one. He'll buy a lot of stuff, but you need to go into the garrison there. The shifty gnome is 40 seconds out here, so it is a bit farther. But yeah, so it's a 20-second run, and a 30-second run to each of the ends where most of your stuff's going to be sold. It's kind of large scale. The city, you mean? It's a big city. It's just each district, there's other stuff going on here. And so imagine when you're coming in on the boats, like this is the harbor district. Yeah, there's, I just pointed out too, every single district has this stuff in it. So even up here, right here where this mountain is, like right here next to the Concourse of Souls, like right in here, is about Blackfeather Bazaar, and it's got every one of these things in it as well. Yeah, there are some halflings near here. I think they're like right around here, I guess, that also do all of this stuff. Pack animals too, though. We can stack more loot before we sell, so the trips are fewer and mean more when we get into the city. Yep, for sure. And you can buy, you like, if you've got pack animal, you could just buy stuff off people, like lowball them and be like, hey, buying everybody's silver, buying everybody's like iron weapons will come most of the way to you. So does that, it kind of makes sense? Like, I think there's going to be some people, I think, like I was ranting about earlier, like they're going to be people that just like, no matter what the benefits are or whatever, they think that, hey, if I can't just go to the nearest vendor and sell all my shit and get right back out to doing what I want to do, which is like just getting more experience and making my numbers go bigger as fast as humanly possible, then it's a waste of time and we don't need this in a modern MMO. It's like, okay, well then there's plenty of fucking other games, like, not to be rude, but there are a lot of really, really good games out there. Guild Wars 2 is a great game. WoW is still a fantastic game. There's new games being made with those philosophies every day. Like we didn't come on the scene to like dislodge those games. And so when people are like, we want all the features of those games, it's like, well, then you have those games. But we made this game based off of like, discussions that we were having before we even decided to make a game. And we were just talking in chat about like the stuff that we want to see. And, it's like, we liked camping. We wanted the cities to matter. We wanted to always go back and like see people coming back to the cities, even if that meant less convenience. We wanted more engaging player economy and like a lot of these ideas. And it's one of those things where it's like, the thing that everybody says, going all the way back to the famous like Patrick what's his face quote from EA when it was like, the Battlefield, like, we understand that this game's not for everybody. We would love for it to be everybody. This isn't meant to be like a gatekeepy, don't play our game, oh, it's not for you or whatever. We would love for it to be for everybody. But the reality is when we made this game, we thought, and it was before we had a 30-person team. We started this game as like a couple of people, basically. There are 4 of us the first year. And we basically said we want something that's got a good world sense that kind of honors. There's 30 people on the team. And like, we just thought we were going to make something that was kind of the things that we liked about old, like early 2000s era MMOs, and really kind of leaning into that. And, we didn't expect it to be a very big team. We thought we'd be like 5 or 6 people. And we were like, hey, if we have, if we wind up with a couple thousand subs, then we're super happy. Like, we've won. That was, that was it. And so, if we're able to do much better than that and like take care of guys on our team, and still have something that feels pretty unique, then that's cool. But it's hard. It's really easy for people to tell you why you're going to fail. It's like, no shit. Like, it's super hard. And most businesses fail. Most games never ship. Games that do ship, if we watch, we'll publish all of our, KPIs and stuff like that as we go. It happens with every game. They come out and, if they're lucky, the curve goes up a little bit and then it starts to go down and then it tapers off and then they ride the long tail for a while. And depending on what happens with regards to update and stuff like that, then you may see like growth over time if it's the right game, if it's the right niche. And then we'll see. No, I don't. I mean, but I don't want to call anybody whiners or whatever. It's like, it's just there's differences of opinion, and it's always easy for people to come back and like, it's like somebody showing up in, hopefully anywhere between like 10 and 40 years and going, pointing at me, going, "Ha ha, you died." I'm like, yeah, it's eventually going to happen, I guess. But the question is like, what is that period between sort of like starting and ending, and kind of we'll see, right? Like, we have no idea what to expect. You know. And so when people say stuff like, "Hey, I don't like corpse runs," it's like I can understand that. Fair enough. You know, like I don't eat anything that's been in the fridge for more than 3 days. You know, like everybody's got their things. But you're in an environment where we like corpse runs and we're building in mechanics to help players help each other, you know, recover their corpses and have those crazy stories about, like, you know, it's I think there's like a, you know, Damian Schubert quote out there about like corpse runs, and then I think he said, you know, in an interview, it's kind of like, yeah, everybody's got to, because somebody was talking about like an epic, you know, everybody's got an epic story about like a corpse run they went on in EverQuest, and his comment was kind of like, what they don't, yeah, but you know what they don't say is that they'll never do it again or something, you know, like, oh, and that's why they quit the game. No, I've done so many corpse runs, right? Like, it's just some people like it, some people don't. And so the question for us is our business set up in a way where we can sustain ourselves and continue to finish the game, and ideally maybe grow that core audience over time based off of the small number of people that like what we're offering, right? And so if we came out here and we're like, yeah, man, then we're gonna, you know, we're the next WoW, then you get to come in and, like, you know, tell us about how those design decisions are not going to lead to that conclusion or outcome. I agree with you on that one. But we're not. We're basically saying, hey, this has been a hobby for us. We have all volunteered our time. Everybody on the team knows what they're making. They know the risk involved, I hope. The goal is not to make it so that we compromise the vision of this game in order to better ensure that everybody can make money. It's more, we want to try to execute as well as possible on a specific vision for a specific type of game and see how it goes. And the hope is that given the scale of the total addressable market, hopefully the quality of our product, especially over time, and the consistency of our delivery, and the forthright and authentic manner in which we deal with things and show you what we're working on and deliver on that stuff, and the uniqueness of our offering, that we have enough people to, like, sustain ourselves, right? And so for us, if we were to ever, you know, like, if we were to somehow hit like a sustained, like, it's not going to take a lot for us to have a nice little business where we can pay our guys. Not all of them, especially not all of them at the price or at the, you know, we have guys on the team that make really good money at their day jobs. We can't replace that, I don't think. You know, but I think we can make it a worthwhile hobby for a lot of the people on the team, and I think we can make it a full-time job for other people on the team, and we don't need a ton. We don't need a ton of subs. And so for us, it'll be like a nice blessing if we find ourselves with tens of thousands of subs when it's all said and done. Makes sense? Started with a rant, ended with a ramble. It is 11:30 p.m. I will be getting up at 5:30 in the morning. So I'm probably going to wrap up now. But I do think, like you're saying, like I think Dozakar is saying stuff. The hope too is that there's a lot of little stuff that people can do in the game and feel like a part of the community. Whether they're somebody that's running around with a donkey and gathering herbs, or they've got a little shop, or they just go out and they adventure every once in a while a little bit, or whatever. Are you willing to continue with expansions or DLC content in the future for this game? Absolutely. I mean, we're working on our first. Well, I mean, we're working on early access, so it's all going to be updates for a while. But the hope is to, you know, the hope is that we're adding more stuff to Night Harbor even after 1.0. Cool. All right, guys. I'm going to say goodnight to you then. Seems positive. Pixie says, I want to be a traveling adventuring merchant. And we are putting in a lot of systems to help you with that. So, good night, Pixie. Good night, Sna. Thanks, Thadvik. Gunnar Wolf. See ya. Later, Isan. Stonealistic, thank you for that. Papa Mo. Appreciate you. See you, Coot. Swanee. Steel Rose. Matthias. Miggs. Eric Viper. Rimrock. Wicca. Chili Sauce. Quick. Arthaxia. Keyframe. The main Stark. Good night. Thadvik. We'll see ya. Stonealistic. It's rest easy. I hope to wake up. That seemed kind of final. Good night, Nick, Darius, Doggeroni, Nomer Simpson. I'll always just say Simpson at the end. I can't ever hit the G. Scruffy Bard. See ya. All right, guys. Lisava. I saw your DM, but I haven't read it, so I left it as unread, and I will fire something back in the morning. Good night, Zukin. All right, we are actually, I'm just going to wait a couple more seconds. That way it'll be officially 4-hour session. See you, Kid Bad. Meeks. And, all right, there we go. That's officially 4 hours. Where's the frickin' button? It's buried under so much shit on this other screen. I really do need another monitor. This is ridiculous. All right, there we go. Good night, everybody. Good night, Bill.